everyone, welcome to the War Room. I hope the stream is working correctly as usual. Let me try to get the chat up on my end, folks, and we're going to start immediately afterwards. In the meantime, let me treat you to a sneak peek of Sweden episode 2, which should be up for members right now. Alright, it does look like the stream is working, so let me also, just for a sec, head over to Discord and call upon the banners. Stream is up. Alright. So this is what we've been up to in the Sweden run, just a little sneak peek before we move on to the MAMLUKS. As you can see, we have more than 300,000 people crammed into Stockholm, and this makes Stockholm literally the single most populated city in Europe. We have like 3 times the population of Paris, and that is hilarious. In fact, we're probably like the second largest city anywhere. I mean, Cairo is still larger than us, but just look at that pop cap, and we're going to get even a higher pop cap with Alexandria. So basically, this is what we've been up to. We got more than 1 million people living in Sweden, and just look at that population graph. It is amazing. We got a tiny little Northumbria here as a vassal, and in episode 3, we're probably going to fight England and properly re-establish the Danelaw. We have raided Portugal, Castile, England, the Teutonic Order, Novgorod. We got a bunch of lands in Estonia and over here near what will eventually become St. Petersburg as well. So that's basically what we've been up to. Amazing economy here. This was played on 1.2.5, so the mileage may vary. You probably wouldn't be able to get this in the current beta patch. Speaking of which, we're going to go back to the MAMLUKS, and we are going to play the Mamluk run in the 1.3 beta patch as usual. So hello and welcome everyone. I'm still trying to get the chat, so 1 second if you'll allow me, please. Let's see, what else do we have here? What else do we have? And we got the Kingdom of Egypt. Sweden, yes. Welcome, the late room. Haha, that is so funny, Marcus. Alright. So we are back in Egypt, folks. Now, if you've missed the first stream, you haven't really missed all that much. Basically, we were trying to set up our setup here. And by setup, I mean, we converted to the Paulician religion, and we've managed to convert like 1/5 of our population to become Paulicians as well. We're agnostics. It's a very strange religion. So one of you guys actually dug up quite a bit of lore about these guys, and God, they're just weird. They're literal weirdos. But anyways, you got really nice stuff here. Plus 20% pop conversion speed, plus 10% max literacy, plus 0.10% monthly prosperity, and plus 0.50 tolerance of the true faith. All of them really amazing bonuses. And if you look at Alexandria, we have a population capacity of 1.444 million. EU4 mentioned, what the hell is a Crusade of Warna? So we've got a huge population capacity in Alexandria, and plus 200% of that, so 1/3 of that basically, is coming from the holy site here. And if you look at the holy site, it is only usable by Bogomils and Paulicians, which is why we converted to this weird-ass religion, which is only found in the Balkans. And I guess there are supposed to be, you know, some of these guys out here in the east, because the Paulicians were initially Armenians. But for some reason, it doesn't show any Paulicians in the actual Armenian highlands, so I don't know. Maybe Paradox forgot to add them, or maybe they just don't exist. And also we got a bureaucracy slot, but we can't use it anyways. Yes, age 3 soon. That's PopCap before. Yes, that is the PopCap before we get the additional 300k and the 150%. I don't know. Whatever it is that we can get from the actual Megalopolis bonuses. So if I'm not mistaken, if the back of the envelope calculations that I did here were correct, we can actually get a population capacity of up to 5 million in this location, depending on how many irrigation that we can cram. But anyways, that's basically what we've been doing so far. And we have succeeded in actually converting Alexandria to be plurality, let us say, coalition. So we have a huge population cap here, and it's going to go even further over time. So there is that. And basically, in the first episode, we also did a bunch of slaving. I believe we hit Castile, and then we hit Morocco, and I'm not sure if we hit Tunis. We hit Tunis as well, yeah. And also, did we hit Naples? Yeah, we hit Naples as well. So we got a bunch of slaves as well. Basically a fifth of our population, if you also include the slaves, which were converted and assimilated and thus became peasants. When are you gonna move capital? As soon as, well, we can actually move the capital right away. That's a very good question. That's a very good notice that you gave us. 1.36k and 40 stability. You know what? Whatever, let's go for it. Since we have 40 stability, I might as well spend that. And now our capital is going to be Alexandria. Speaking of which, I'm actually going to rename this. And since we are agnostics, I'm going to name it Pleroma. There we go, Pleroma and Sophia. Cool stuff over there. There should be some slum mechanic. Oh yeah, technically there is. Technically, if you look at the migration attraction, unemployed peasants actually make this location somewhat less attractive. So ideally you want to build up your cities as much as you can. Otherwise you are going to have some minor, although really minor, let's say negatives to it. But it doesn't even matter all that much. And anyways, we're going to move our capital here. And eventually, once we have the capital and once we have the required money, we're going to build a megalopolis here. And you know what comes next. It's going to be pretty insane, to be honest. But all of that is going to come in due time. For now, I believe that we want to focus on India. And we probably want to, I don't know, maybe hire some mercenaries. Oh wait, we are Egypt. We're Egypt, and if I'm not mistaken, can I see that? Wait. Can we actually take slaves now that we're Christian? Because I believe we can. I believe that's tied to one of the unique country bonuses that we have. Early Mamalik Halka. I'm not really sure. But we should be able to take slaves. For some reason, I remember us being able to like take slaves from Morocco. I'm not really sure about it. Whatever. I guess, or let's say I hope that we can take slaves. And I guess for that we are also going to attack Vijayanagar. We already have a decent chunk of Mamalik horsemen and some halkas. So we'll probably assist these guys by, I don't know, hiring some mercenaries in the east. And then we are going to start enslaving India, basically. So maybe 4.5k from Sindh. That could be it. We could hire more horsemen here. But it would cost us a decent bit of money. So I guess we're going to wait until our money reserves have recovered. And then it's going to be a time for war with Vijayanagar. Well, that's the thing. If you actually look at the requirements for founding a megalopolis, if they did not change it, and I see no reason why they would change it, it has to be your capital, and it also has to be a market center. So we can't actually found the megalopolis before we move our capital, and again, assuming they did not change it. And hello Tev, hello and welcome mate. And yes, the megalopolis that we have in Cairo or Sofia is not going to disappear anyways. As for the bureaucracy slot, we can't actually use the bureaucracy slot because we don't have any bureaucracies available. But anyways, I'm just going to let the game maybe flow for a while. Why did we get -7 stability when we're already at low stability? That is so bad. Bad paradox. And also, I guess the 15-year modifier that we had ran out. So, oh, there we go. We're going to get the additional cultures capacity next month. There we go. There we go. That is lovely. So we got our cultures capacity back. 1 second, folks. Lore accurate Vijayanagar bullying. Literally everyone bullied Vijayanagar. I mean, are we sure about that? Are we sure that the Christian kingdom of Mamluks also bullied them and like went to India and stuff like that? I don't know. I don't know really. But anyways, lore accurate in that we are actually going to bully them. Is Bari Doab alive? Let's see. I don't think there's like a Bari Doab anymore. I think they changed it in the new patch because as you can see, we got a bunch of breakaway states instead of like a huge Bari Doab Raj. So probably they changed it in the beta patch and now Delhi actually collapses rather than just being replaced by that huge Hindu majority country. And also, chunky Timurids, the Timmies are actually a threat now. Even though for some reason they basically lost their entire regulars. I have no idea what's going on. But they do manage to expand quite a bit. And if you look at this, because they chose Persia as essentially their home region, was it? They have cores on all of Persia. So they're actually doing pretty fine. And I'm not quite sure what exactly changed. But for some reason, I don't think it's just the fact that they gave Timur the the modifier, which makes him live longer. But the Timurids are actually a threat right now. Anyways, we also have a fairly significant Sunni Zealot uprising coming up, but I guess most of that is due to our commoners being dissatisfied. So, what we're going to do here is, I'm going to take this guy away, and we're going to appease the commoners until their satisfaction have recovered a bit, and maybe we might even consider granting them a privilege. But none of these are good. These are all terrible privileges that we have left. Maybe the hunting permits, maybe commoners in the administration. I mean, we do want to go full centralized eventually, because building toll, rah. But I guess that's not too bad, and additional peasant enfranchisement could be useful as well. So we'll probably grant that, but let's wait for the nobility to be appeased a little first, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I really did not like the feeder Baridoab, as you say. It was fairly ahistorical, and it's the dissolution of Delhi, so we kind of wanted to dissolve, if that makes sense. Yeah, that also makes sense. Do they ask for much? Wow, they do ask for much. I mean, not much compared to what we already have, and compared to the nobility, they definitely don't ask for much, but ideally, if we can bribe them just by using the appease estate, I would like to bribe them using the appease estate. Because of course we're going to use the cash to hire more mercenaries. Alright. So we have 1.16k, and hello and welcome aboard everyone. I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. We can also go on a pilgrimage. Let's choose Alexandria. It's a tiny little bit of money for a tiny little bit of religious influence. Do we want to change any of these? I guess not. See, that's one of the bad things about religious influence. You can bank it, but you don't really have much to do with it if you're playing a Reformation religion. So hopefully they add some more stuff. And there we go. Pleroma is now our capital. Knowledge is power. So we're going to slowly get up to 100% control here. Banal Lordship. Oh, we also want to... Oh, right. I wanted to take this away. That's why I was banking prestige. Ah, yikes. Yeah, we should have taken that one away much sooner. But anyways, we'll get it eventually. Not too big of an issue. We'll get it eventually. Well, yes, old Baridoab was basically brain dead. Right now it seems the newly created countries are not brain dead. Fortunately or unfortunately, take your pick. Let's see, what's the proximity like? I mean, technically I enjoyed the capital being in Sofia, because we could get more proximity down the Nile. The Nile is a river in Egypt, as you all know, and your husband is gay, but by moving the capital to Pleroma or Alexandria, we're actually getting, let's see, another 10%, huh? They kinda nerfed that as well. Because I remember for some reason the capital buff being slightly larger. I don't know, maybe that's just me misremembering, but I don't know. Anyways, we'll see. We'll see. We are going to get more. Why is control so hard to get? I don't know. Ask Johan. It's not me that designed the control system after all. What's the maritime presence like? Also, we got decent maritime presence along the coastline. Despite, you know, the nerf to maritime presence, basically. Yeah, it's still nice to have like these local governors up there. I was thinking maybe we could move one to like Kos or Asyut, but I guess it would be better if we kept them where they are right now. Or formed what for monthly development? Anyways, like I can have a location directly next to my capital. And no matter what I do, I can never get that location to 100 max control. I mean, it kinda depends on how much proximity you're getting. Let's see, for example, if we go for Alexandria and then Ramses over here, it says the maximum control is 75%, which is interesting. I guess you get 20%, and then proximity to capital gives you a maximum of 75%. So that's 95% you can get maximum again, and the average satisfaction is usually going to be low. So that's it. Why does Alexandria? Yes, we actually changed it ourselves because now you can rename locations pretty easily, so I kind of made use of that to give it a more, let's say, gnostic appropriate name. And then we're just going to wait for our money reserves to climb back up a bit. Let's see how much we can get in terms of, let's say, mercenaries. So from Sind we can get 6,500 for just 930 ducats. That actually makes a lot of sense, I guess. We do have our halkas. Let's see. Alright, I think what we're going to do here is we're going to hire this band. Let's give them a contract length, a long contract length, because we're going to be doing a lot of raiding over here in India. And I'm not sure whether we want horsemen or infantry, because horsemen are OP in the early game, but at the same time, they would also suffer a lot more casualties. So maybe we want to get some infantry to basically soak up the damage. Human explosion. Yeah, why not? Yes, slave raiding. I'm still not sure how we are able to raid for slaves. Like, I can't see anything about it. I'm not sure if it's like tied to the tag, because I can't find any advances here either. Maybe it's like something to do with the Mamalik. I don't know. Overall, it's quite weird that we can still raid for slaves, but apparently we can, so I'm not going to look that particular gift horse in the mouth. And I guess we are going to get some mercenaries. China. What do you mean about China? What the hell is a China, man? I don't know anything that's called a China in the world. Alright, let's gather more mercs here. And besides, we only need like 5-6 million people that we can cram into Alexandria. Nothing more. Also, speaking of cramming people into Alexandria, let's see, what's the conversion like here? Okay, so the slaves that we take are hopefully going to be Hindu. So I think we can actually close down our slave markets and then just open the one in Alexandria. And that should basically route every single slave that we take to Alexandria, because it would be the only slave market that we have open, we have left open. And then let's gather up our armies. So if I do this, that's going to be a decent check of mercs. Do we want to hire maybe some more horsemen as well? I'm not really sure about that, but Oh, we can get elephant cavalry. Oh, we gotta get elephant cavalry. 1360. Geez, why does elephant cavalry cost so much though? Alright, I'm just going to try to do this using these mercs. And let's jump up our army and fort maintenance. And then it is time for war against Vijayanagar. So let's ask for Mangalore. And that's going to be basically it, folks. Fingers crossed that we don't actually die in this battle or war, because that is always a possibility, as you all know. Closing them down will still move slaves, really? That's interesting. And also good to know, I guess. I mean, we are going to start encouraging migration. Oh, there we go. We're still getting the slaves. Lovely. We are going to encourage migration at some point, but I don't want to do that right now because our country is still like majority Sunni. So ideally, we want to convert the population first before we do the good old thingy. Before we do the good old, I don't know what it's called. The expel population plus encourage migration trick. And we have a long time to do that, so we don't even need to worry about it just yet. Just looking here to see where these guys actually went, and I can't see a thing here. Interesting. So Vijayanagar has... Oh, Jesus H. Roosevelt Christ. How are they hiring so many mercenaries this early into the game? Literally makes no sense, by the way. Sheesh. I fear that we're going to get stack wiped by them. If we get stack wiped, I'm literally going to save scum, by the way, but just look at those armies, man. Just look at those bloody armies. Seeing the area I visited get raided by, yes, Christian Egypt, and we are still taking slaves despite being Christian. Oh, there we go. Looks like we're going to get hit by the Vijayanagari mercenaries and also their levies. So let's see. There we go. That is one stack wipe. And hopefully this is going to be the second stack wipe, but I'm not sure. Jesus. Are you kidding me? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah, this is nuts. This is literally nuts, folks. How are these guys able to hire so many mercenaries? Sheesh. I mean, I don't want to release anything for this campaign, let's say. Just because of basically, what's it called? Roleplay purposes. Yeah, roleplay purposes. And it most certainly looks like we're not going to get what we wanted in Vijayanagar, so that is kind of unfortunate. Still have no idea how they're managing to get so many men though. Like, jeez, this is nuts. This is nuts. I mean, yes, but against our glorious Mamalik horsemen, they should not have stood a chance, and yet here we are. Let's see, where did we get the... Is it Kanara? Tulunadu. Oh, down here, yeah. Yeah, I guess we're actually going to lose this one, which is kind of bad. Can we get more slaves here? Because we've already slaved this once. So let's see if we can enslave it twice in one battle or one war. We are in India. Because we wanted to raid India for slaves. But it turns out the Indians have much larger armies than I expected. So we will not be able to raid India for slaves. And you can all thank the blank template guy for giving me this hilarious idea of raiding India for slaves. Like, I guess Vijayanagar was the wrong place to choose here. Let's see. Can I get them to like humiliate me and then, yeah. I guess we're going to piece them out for humiliation plus war reps here because there's no way that we can handle these guys. That was so bad. And let's see. Junagar. Yeah, well, we're probably going to raid Junagar in that case. I mean, okay, that is mercenaries in trouble. Why are they suffering so much attrition here? Also, something new that they added: mercenaries now basically leave your service if you leave them in high attrition for 2 months. Sheesh, I definitely did not expect to get beaten that badly by Vijayanagar though. Let's see. Additional pop conversion, yes please. I'm not going to say no to that. And then I guess we're going to keep building stuff. So do we have... We don't have quite maximum levels of granaries, but we have a decent chunk. And I guess I'm going to... Well, if what you said was true, if closing and opening slave markets doesn't matter, we might as well open them because why the hell not? Well, yes, being Polish in Egypt is kind of hilarious. I concur in that sentiment. Well, theoretically, yes. In practice, no. Because we don't nearly have enough manpower. I'm not quite sure if building additional... Oh, yeah. That should probably work. That should probably do the trick, actually. But until we have managed to get more Mamluks, more Mamalik, I think we're going to content ourselves with raiding like Junagar and Samma and Timurids versus Haspani. Oh, so it's just in the Caucasus, but Samma is part of the anti-Timurid coalition, so they're also involved in the war. Lovely. Junagar. Alright, I'll keep these guys over here. And we probably will want to hire more mercenary transports in order to get everyone back home safely, let's say. And then let's convert more people to Polishanism, folks. The more people that we can convert, the better. So we got basically majority in the Kahliya, but not in this particular location, I guess. So we'll also convert those. And the Sunni zealots are probably not going to be much of an issue. What about Cairo? Do we have... We do have the majority in Cairo. So I think I'm going to send this guy to convert maybe Gharbiya, which is our next most populated province. Well, yeah, min-maxing sucks, but we can both roleplay and min-max. I mean, it's more of a min-max run than a roleplay run here because, as you said, becoming Polish as the Mamluks literally disables any roleplay that you might be interested in, but, you know, whatever, I guess. I can marry into Egypt with war as Spain. What do you mean what do you mean you can marry into Egypt with war as Spain? How does that work exactly? Also, we need more ideas here, folks. Maybe these guys. Lower Vidarbha. How much money do you... Oh, they actually have a terrible tax base, so we should be able to rate them. Yeah, I think we'll actually go for them because they also have a fairly decent amount of population and they have a terrible tax base, so probably, in all likelihood, they will not be able to hire as many mercenaries as Vijayanagar. Get a city holy site in Alexandria, yes. Oh yeah. As you guys mentioned in the chat, specifically why we converted to Coalition was to get the city holy site in Alexandria, which gives you plus 200% local population capacity, which in turn will allow us to build up to millions of people in this single location. And that's basically the only reason why, literally nothing else. Also, the conversions are coming along splendidly. And I'm fairly confident that if you're watching this stream, you guys are all subscribers already. But in case you're not, please subscribe. We're like 30 people away from hitting 4K. And it doesn't really do anything, but you know, it's a nice round little number. So I would definitely want to have 4,000 subscribers. Ooh, nice stuff there. And there we go. The Sunni zealots are down. Basically, we need to ensure that our commoners' satisfaction remains at or above 50%. So I'll probably actually grant them the commoners in administration here. And that should, oh, no, that's not going to allow us to tax them anymore, but that's still going to be a bit of additional, oh, we got a low, oh, right, because we're buying our legitimacy back up. Alright, folks, so expanding more RGOs, and soon enough we're going to attack Junagarh, Lower Vidarbha, and probably the Emirate of Samma as well. Upper Egyptian to Hejazi. I don't really care. I don't really care about that. There's a royal marriage war goal? What? Why would you try to like get a royal marriage with Egypt? Well, what's the idea? Like why? Like literally why? And let's take a look at their fortifications. So if we go for this one, we could actually occupy it without hitting any forts. So that's lovely. And let's send you to be a diplomat. I'm going to cancel this. And we're also going to get a spy network on Samma. Because again, decent pops, coastal territories, and not a lot of potential for defeating us momentarily and monumentally as Vijayanagar and Hoysala. And also, the two big dogs here are allied with each other as well. So we can't even like isolate them and attack them like that. That's just really, really bad. Oh, you're not subscribed. Hello, mate. Welcome to being a subscriber of the War Room. We have cookies. Unfortunately, they are not free. And yes, let's get another religious war on these guys as well, folks. For, of course, their coastal province. And this does have a decent bit of population living in it as well, so that's lovely. How fast can I conquer Silesia as Poland? I guess something like 5 years? I don't know. I'm not quite sure, but it would probably be quick. We would just have to get a couple decent allies and bait the Bohemians into attacking us or just coming right in. So do you want fund artisan Gazor? So I really love that with the beta, these have changed. You can actually see the tooltips without hovering over them, which is probably the best quality of life improvement in this game since literally day one. Can we get... geez, probably not. Okay, if we get like just one event, which gives us plus 5% parliament support, I will be able to request additional taxes, but until then, alas. Oh, also, I keep forgetting about the fact that now your vassals actually do revolt. Rather, now when your vassals revolt, you actually have to piece them out yourself. Also, what on earth? What sort of weird ass Yemen is that? Jesus. I mean, can you even annex the PU, mate? As far as I remember, PUs are basically unannexable right now. Also, really nice, really nice. Profit margins on that stuff there. In fact, let's see if I can actually find... Oh, horses too, but... Oh! Of course. We can also build a bunch of, like, horse farms here. I have the My Little Pony team music playing in my head right now. Because of the horse farms that we're building, I guess. Maybe when in Akka as well. Yeah, we got the RGO maxed out, so best to build more horsies for me. Yes, Yemen. Lovely stuff here, folks. And Hello and welcome everyone. We are playing as the Christian Kingdom of Egypt. We are coalition and we are trying to cram as many people as we inhumanely can into basically Alexandria. That is really nice also. Finally they balanced this. It is now only -2% rather than -10%, which was just nuts. Alright, I'm going to wait until the parliament is like really close to being over. There we go. Request additional taxes, increase opinion, and now we can both fund the artisan guilds and get additional money, and I'll repay the loan, and we're getting 200 ducats a month, which is again nuts. The natural borders of Yemen. The natural borders of Yemen are basically this. We do not want them to exist. We want them to become a tributary to the great Mamluk expansion, the great Mamluk reach. Pusinio Dam I usually play in middle, slow expansion. What are you guys talking about? Waiting for it. Alright, you were talking about the Poland thingy. I don't have any plans to play Poland in the near future. Most likely we're going to continue with the Mongol Empire and the Sweden series. And also we have a surprise series coming up, and it is not going to be EU5. We're going to finally play as another game. Also, what on earth is this? Ooh, 5% production efficiency, or of course it's going to have to be development. Also, I'd say we have a decent bit of conversion now. There are too many Sunnis still, but I think it's time. I think it is time that we start developing our capital of Pleroma instead of doing whatever, I don't know. But that's a nice little bit. We're getting this from the burger's privilege, and then all of the basically percentage modifiers as well. Ship repair and stuff. Also, we're soon going to run out of supported building levels, so there's that. We can't get anything else here. Do we want to get maybe like a staple port in Damietta? Probably not necessary, because we got river proximity rather than going through the sea, which is interesting. Because we do have essentially 100% maritime presence in all three of these locations. And Pleroma is a 1.05 harbor capacity, so why are we pulling our proximity through land rather than through sea? That is interesting. Whatever, I guess. Funny thing how all the cabinet members purging Sunni. Yes, indeed. I mean, it would be a nice little addition for roleplay purposes. Like if your cabinet members could not convert to a religion if they were that religion themselves, and would not assimilate pops if they were not assimilated themselves, if they weren't your primary culture themselves. That would have been kind of hilarious, actually. Also, where on earth is this location? And why is silk so lucrative here? Literally no idea what's going on here, but whatever, I guess. Oh wait, no. Was that beer? Yeah, maybe. Also, why is beer so expensive? What on earth? Why is there so much demand for beer in the local market? I mean, I demand beer, but pop needs. Oh. Oh, I guess because we're converting everyone to Christian, but because they all began as Muslim, there's literally no beer production in any of these locations. Also, I suppose it is time that we start urbanizing some of the area around Pleroma as well. So we'll be able to build a pound lock canals here. And speaking of which, have we unlocked the pound lock canal yet? We have unlocked the pound lock canal yet. So maybe let's found towns first in these three locations. So both we can get more urban buildings crammed in near the market capital, and we will be able to build cities down the line and build more pound lock canals. And pound lock canals are like Really nice. The bestest you can get. The goodest boys that you can get. Full bridges as well. It is hot in Egypt, yeah. Nah, that would be apostate. Mm-hmm. Here's Fate. I guess they're doing heresy, get it? And yes, that would be apostasy. Just converting people to a different religion and then not converting themselves or something like that. I don't know, folks. I don't know. I'm just your regular old garden variety pagan. So I have no idea how it works with monotheistic religions. I mean, don't mind me, please. And I misspelled. It is hot in Egypt, folks. It is really, really hot. Also, we got 57 people watching. Hello and welcome, everyone. I guess we got at least 20 new viewers in the last couple of minutes. So here's what's going on. We are Christian Kingdom of Egypt. We have converted it to the Polish religion in order to make use of the holy site in Alexandria, which for some reason gives you plus 200% local population capacity if you're a very specific religion, the Polish religion, which I'm fairly confident none of you even knew existed until now. And we can also declare war on Junagar for even more slaves. But of course, I'm going to hire a mercenary navy here first. Jeez, let's see. So these guys can carry basically 1,000 troops. And we got 4,000. So let's see, we need 10? 12? Let's go for 14. Just in case. And let's go for this because mercenary navies just... Oh wait, I can also... I can also just get regulars, but I think for the transports, getting them as mercs is the way to go. And I'm also going to get, I don't know, maybe some those in the Mediterranean area, so we can increase our maritime presence even further. Or probably not, because this navy here is more than enough to keep our maritime presence high. So let's see. Let's cancel the does over there. And instead, let's build up some does in the Red Sea, folks. And of course, we only have a single port here, so it's going to take ages, but whatever, I guess. The West Ivory Coast, what no, they're not Polynesians, they're Polynesians, please. They're not Polynesians. I'm saying this for the 100,000th time. Also, hell yeah, our courtier's, our ruler's nephew is absolute giga chad with that stats. You know what? I'm going to make that lad our prime minister. Because hell yeah. Wait, what? We already have a prime minister? Oh, we don't have enough money. That is hilarious. But we have enough money to go on a pilgrimage. Alright. So that should be the navy here, folks. We can carry just enough men to get us over to Junagarh. And which one do we want to go for first? Let's go for Junagarh, just in case. Threaten war. And blam. Blam, blam, blam. We are at war with the Raj of, or the Tikana, or whatever the hell these guys are, of Junagarh. Why are we starving to death, though? We should not have starved to death. That is bad. Pulmonary embolism, yes. They will just fall to levies, yes. Oh, Ajuran. They're just saying Polynesian because Polynesian and Polynesian sound similar, and Ajuran only has like 375k. We could literally, well, we can't raid Alodia. I think just staying in the northwest of India is the way to go because these guys aren't all that powerful anyways, especially these three. And we should be able to get more slaves than we could ever know what to do with, just sticking to this area. And I'll probably get another CB on Mevar. Also, we don't need that one on Samma just yet. And we can also, when we piece these guys out, we can also get military access plus, what's it called? Food access. And use that to go like further inland. Oh, would you look at that? Well, we've got Nazis. Oh, we've got Nazis in India. I know that the swastika is like Hinduist symbol, and it's not even the right orientation here, but it's just hilarious seeing it displayed in-game like this. I wonder if Paradox was forced to censor it for the version of EU5 that they had going out in Germany. Why are you fighting in India? We're fighting in India because of for Jeb's sake. If these levies actually manage to destroy us, I am literally going to rage quit. Seriously? Are you guys kidding me right now? A bunch of peasants managed to defeat our hand-picked Mamalik. Are you kidding me, folks? Jesus, they really buffed levies too much in this patch, if you ask me. This is bad. This is bad. Anyways, also, this is why we're in India. They have a lot of pops. And all of those pops are basically up for the taking, let us say. Yeah, I think I'll take the legitimacy here, but like... I mean, levies shouldn't be this tough, let me tell you that. Like, previously they literally got insta-wiped. I don't want that, but they shouldn't be able to defeat like a significant force of regulars, and definitely not the Mamalik, which are like extra buffed regulars, basically. Do I want to go for this? Maybe, but maybe not. Sheesh. Any other privileges that we want to hand out? Maybe control over the coinage. And maybe I'll grant like one more privilege here. So we got the granary town here. Shall I go for, do we have we probably have staple ports in both of these locations. Yeah, I don't think there are any specific privileges that we want to hand out either. Do we have staple port here? We have staple port here as well. Maybe more granary towns. Oh wait, they added new privileges. So the Freetown Charter could be nice. Market Charter could be nice. A staple port is always nice. You know what? I think I'm going to actually get more staple ports. Do we have any towns out west? Unfortunately not. Whatever. I think we'll actually go for the staple ports. When in doubt, grant more urban rights, folks. Oh yeah, the chat is finally chatting for once. Like, it's unbelievable, but the chat is finally chatting. And I guess we're just going to take this area, which is like the worst part of Junagadh, but it's all that we can get, unfortunately. Shish. Just the cavalry levies. That might actually make sense. I'm probably going to raise the levies, and I don't know. Can these guys cross the straits? Probably they can, but they only have... So you know what? I'm going to send the cogs over to Egypt. And then, as you say, we're probably going to get just the cavalry levies, add them. And then try to fight using... Yeah, this is why we are not going to add just the cavalry levies. Oh, wait. That's 10 regiments, not 10 people, not 10 singular. And I'll add the footman levy as well, free of charge. Ooh, also for these guys, let me take the peasant levies, let me disband them. Another 355. I still think we're going to get wiped, by the way, because hell, those levies are tough, but at least we might have like a fighting chance. Like a tiny little fighting chance, maybe. keep chatting, chat. Keep chatting. I can't really pay any mind to you guys right now, but I'm going to come back to you in just a second. And let's also go to our cabinet and make our nephew the head of cabinet for that sweet additional crown power boost. Where is my accent from? I'm sure that some people in the chat will tell you, but give me your best guess. For now, give me your best guess. Albania forever! Wow, yes. Albania mentioned RAR! What the hell is who was that? Georgia Martinovic incident. Yeah, ship. Oh, Jesus. Uruguay supports Albania. And you guys know the meme, right? You guys know that memory TV meme. He is even worse than a Jew. He is, and may Allah forgive me for uttering this word. An Albanian. Which is just hilarious. I have no idea why those guys hate like Albanians more than they hate Jews, because, you know, radical Islamists basically hate Jews the most out of any people on earth, but for some reason somebody said that and they made it a meme in like memory TV. And we got the counting houses too, which is okay, I guess. Not too bad, not too good. Oh, we are still paying interest on those government bonds, by the way. And yes, the Mamluks really are the strongest nation in the game. I totally concur with you on that one. So, we got a bunch of mailed knights, and let's hope that they're more than enough to at least score a victory or 5 against these guys. But again, I'm not really sure. I think there's a decent chance that we get wiped anyways, but it's worth a try. I mean, everything's worth a try in this game, basically. Rah, Serbia mentioned through their arch nemesis, yes. I really enjoyed playing the Serbia campaign, by the way. But for some reason, you guys didn't enjoy watching it, so we just kind of wrapped it up sooner than expected. We were going to conquer the world with Serbia. That was going to be our world conquest, but alas, you guys wouldn't have any of that. Haters gonna hate. That is true. That is so true, my friend. In fact, I'm going to say, Ita vera, amiki. Ita vera. Oh, we have too much frontage. Jesus, Age Roosevelt Christ. It's probably because of the mercs. Yeah, this is all that remains of the huge merc army that we hired, by the way. Literally unplayable. Literally unplayable. They should not, and I repeat this, they should not have made the levies this powerful. Oh, also, that's a fairly good point. I'm going to send our regulars back down south so they actually refill a little. And also, we're going to keep the galleys over here so that they prevent the Junagar forces from actually running out. Or maybe... Nah, let's keep them over here. There we go. Oh, we should even be able to get a small stack wipe here. So that's like minus 5,000 that we have to deal with at least. 70,000 versus 800 is like, maybe a bit of historical exaggeration there. Probably a bit of historical exaggeration there. Also, what's the... Okay, so Pleroma is literally majority Polish now, which means we should probably move it away. Maybe go for Garbia, because the more locations that we get majority Polish, and the better it is going to be us, probably, in terms of their support for the... And why are the Sunni zealots rising now? Jeez. Why? Why are you guys like this? Why can't you just be normal Sunni zealots? Let's start patrolling the Red Sea as well. We do have a road going to As-Suez, so there's that. Also, I feel like the game is much faster on speed 7, but it's much slower in literally every single other speed setting right now. Oh yes, we can do a Mongol world conquest. I'm not sure whether we will. There's a decent chance that either the game starts lagging too much or I grow bored of all the tedium. But we are conquering and it looks like you guys are actually watching. Also, I don't want to build any more RGOs here because all of the excess RGOs are going to get destroyed when we actually build the megalopolis, because that one cuts your RGO size, max RGO size by 50%, I believe. And we're developing Alexandria as well. It's at 45 development right now, getting a minuscule amount. It was more catastrophic ambush more than a battle. Interesting. Oh, we can also get meritocracy now. Lovely. Probably worth the stab hit in this case, but I'm probably going to start buying the stability back up just a little. And also, oh, we're exploring the West African coast. I did not realize that I went for that. Let's see. The Sunni zealots are a bit of an issue, so can't bribe the commoners either. I guess this guy will have to do maybe a rebel crackdown just for now. And I guess our regulars have reinforced as much as they can, so let's bring them back up north. 4.2k. And then let's get like as many as we can. In fact, let me just ignore the mercs for now. As you said, they're archers, they're not going to be any useful for us. Let's get another 4 mailed knights. Oops, that's a bit too much. Yeah, we'll want, let's see, 2 of these gone. Go back here, folks. Up. This is so annoying. This is so annoying. There we go. Jaish 127. That's our guys. That's our guys. And let's put maybe this guy in charge. Oh, also we got the siege. Lovely. So we'll try a naval landing here. And then we'll try to reinforce. And hopefully we actually won. We actually managed to win. That is hilarious. But wait, what? Jesus, how many men did we lose? Oh, levies are literally so OP in this patch. I mean, just look at that. Look at that. That is insane. Alright, you know what, folks? I'm literally done with India. This is as much as we're going to do in India forever. I'm not going to do anything else in India from now on. I'm just going to focus on raiding Europe because there's literally nothing that we can do in India. This is so messed up, dude. This is so messed up. They really overtuned the levies in this patch. Levies are strong, but they do die very hard. I mean, if levies die very hard, why weren't our enemies' levies also dying very hard? Please make it make sense, mate. Make it make sense. It's so hot here. I have to bath 3 times. Where are you guys talking about? Where is it hard? India has humans. We are taking them away. Yes. Yes. I mean, why would it go any differently? Because historically, heavy cavalry, and especially regular heavy cavalry, like professional soldiers, actually won in many scenarios where they were outnumbered not even 10 to 1, sometimes up to 40 to 1. And they still won. Historically, numbers were nothing. And basically, we were facing a bunch of ragtag random peasants using very well trained Mameluke horsemen, which are basically the finest soldiers of this era. And that's why I was expecting the battles to go differently. Also, we got an additional government bond. I'm still not sure what the meta is with these. Like, honestly, why is our creditworthiness lower? Oh, because we probably took like a loan over there. Interesting. What does the religious unity look like? So this is basically our religion map mode, and religious unity looks bad. We only have like 25% coalitions, but their numbers are growing. So already Cairo is majority coalition, Alexandria is majority coalition, the area around Damietta is majority coalition. So let's go for Gharbia again. And we are developing with one guy, converting with another, and cracking down on rebels with the third guy. I mean, it's not the levy. Look, the issue is not having levies. If I were able to actually send our levies over to India, we could defeat all of these guys easily. The issue is, we can't send our levies over because there are too many men and there are not enough boats. And they would probably like starve to death on their way as well. So that's why we are basically suffering right now. Also, let's see, let's reduce our army maintenance, let's reduce our fort maintenance. And then I guess we're just going to be content with raiding Europe. The Ottomans could be nice. They got a decent chunk of people, but most of them are still Orthodox and Catholic, so probably not the best idea. I guess our truce with Morocco is over. I guess our truce with Tunis is over, and they're all Sunni Muslims. So yeah, we're probably just going to keep raiding North Africa in this case. I mean, just look at that. We are getting a decent chunk of population, but this should have been much higher. We should have been getting a lot more people than that. Also, maybe Yemen. Yes, our truce with Yemen is also over apparently, so we'll go for those as well. And I should not have gone for that because that consumes our entire diplomatic capacity. Let's pay for our diplomacy just a bit. Village rulers raising armies after Islam conquest, which cooked a lot of people in India. Ooh, yes. The Al-Azhar Madrasa. See, this is hilarious. Because we are Christian. And we still get to build the Al-Azhar Madrasa. And it's still going to give us like research progress and innovative push. And because it's going to be built in the capital, which will have like 80% of our population at some point, we're also going to essentially get a plus 5% max literacy buff to our entire country. So just hilarious stuff overall here. Why does Morocco have Sevilla? So basically, we hit the Castilians for slaves, and then that caused Granada to grow. And when Granada grew, we came back and hit Granada for slaves, and that made Castile annex them, and then basically Morocco attacked them. So we're more or less playing kingmaker in this area, just attacking whoever is the wrong religion at that time. And it is quite hilarious. Also, geez, I forgot to queue up the I forgot to queue up. Hold up, folks. I forgot to queue up the meritocracy advances here. So let's go back to Age of Traditions. Also, we got this one as well. Yeah. Efficiency of cabinet, proximity efficiency. This is a MAMLUKS unique advance. You don't have access to it immediately at start of game. But when you do get access to it, that's pretty neat. Well, let's this stuff, probably not. I'll grab all of these later down the line. Anything else? Do we want cathedrals? Probably not. Nothing else here. So what we're going to get instead is found city rights, because Ideally, we'll have minus 10% before we found our megalopolis. Ooh, 20% commoner satisfaction. That's going to be a huge boon to cracking down on the Sunni zealots. So that's nice. Admittedly, I don't know. And the best Mamluk victory found was 4-1. If you ask the chatbot, obviously I'm not going to trust what the chatbot says because, as it says in the good book, thou shalt not make a machine in the image of the human mind. The large language models are an abomination and they should all be destroyed in a Butlerian jihad, of course, but who am I to judge? Market regulations, I guess we'll go for this one, just try to get additional taxes. Geez, what else? Cathedrals. Cathedrals could also be like additional, I don't know what's that. Additional demand, so that could be nice as well. Do we want to change any laws here? We got forced slave conversion already. Export ban, religious teachings, education of the people. I think we're good. I think we got basically everything that we want. Matrilineal customary law is interesting to say the least. I have no idea why we have access to that one. We could change this, but why? Oh, I mean, we're not going to integrate any lands specifically, so yeah, I think we're cool. I think we're doing quite alright here. Track immediately, yes. I mean, it's all the same to me. I'm just robophobic, guys. Oh yeah, the leader getting slammed out personally. That's hilarious. It's kind of funny that the Hazars actually managed to stay Jewish for that long because it's out there in the steppes and I would totally expect someone to just, I don't know, kill them. Maybe because most of the population was Tengri, so they literally did not care. Because, you know, I don't know, I'm not quite sure how how hardcore Jewish they were either. It was probably more like we converted on paper, but we're not actually going to be all that religious thingy. How are you only GP5? Just by vassalizing most of France. You have your answer right there, mate. You have your answer right there. Also, they did change the great power calculation, so it's quite wonky right now, and I'm really not sure how exactly it works. And basically, because of the way that they changed the great power calculations, building tall is now a downside. So basically you got two very strong areas, Levant and Lower Egypt, but we're only getting like 40 points out of them. Whereas if we go for something like Kingdom of France, as you can see, they don't have any areas which are just as powerful as Levant and Middle Egypt, but they have so many medium quality areas, and these areas are actually smaller than ours. So if you look at Languedoc, it is 26 locations, whereas we have 54 locations in the Levant, and in Lower Egypt we have wait, what? 30 of 24? What the hell? Interesting. Did they change this? Because I remember this being like you had to have every location in it. Whatever, I guess. Oh, wait, of course, because most of those locations are probably impassable locations. It also counts the impassable locations. And non-Jew that believes in Jew. Oh, well, yes. Let's not get bogged down in that kind of stuff. It is not, well, it's basically provinces weighted by tax base, but there is a cap for how much GP points you can get per area. So Lower Egypt, for example, could have like an uncapped GP power of, let's say, 50, but because the cap is 20 here, we're only getting 20 great power points out of this. So the GP system is broken. I mean, it's not a good change, and literally nobody asked for changes to GP calculations, whereas everybody asked for changes to hegemonies. And Paradox, instead of changing hegemonies, changed the GP calculations. It is nuts. I have no idea why they did specifically that, but whatever, I guess. Whatever. Greenland starts higher than Nigeria. What the hell? Oh, that's a pretty solid point, mate. Thanks for reminding me. I do have to build the Royal Garden, Royal Thingy, and let's see, Chancery as well, I believe. I can find that one. Yep, Chancery. 2 levels of Chancery. Maybe add in a counting house just for the heck of it. And then let's build some more glass guilds, maybe. Let's get 4 over here. Couple each on these locations. Yeah, that should be nice. And we're just going to keep building up our stuff. So not going to build it over here, but we're definitely going to build up all of these sweet, sweet RGOs. There we go. It costs us a lot more compared to previous versions of the game, but we are getting it. And let's start getting a CB on Yemen as well. Let's go for religious war. With the main question being, oh, there we go. We can ask for their, well, we can threaten war for their capital. They would refuse, and that would push us into war with them. And of course, we'll be able to get, let's say, another 100k, 90k, I'm not sure. Oh, this is so bad. Like, because we have converted to Christianity, we can't really get a lot of slaves, unfortunately. We might be able to get a decent chunk from Morocco. They still have nearly 3 million population. And if the Ottomans manage to convert their pops to Sunni, we might also raid them. But other than that, we are basically stuck. Like, we can't get slaves, especially when levies are so strong. And for that reason, we can't raid India either. Anyways, it's just bad, folks. It's just bad. Also, levies are just way too overtuned right now. And let me get maybe a couple more explorations here. I think I'm actually going to explore from our capital because I believe that you get prosperity boost maybe to your capital for the additional thingy. Wait, what? Oh, right. These guys are like rebels. Yeah, annex all revolters, please. Ethiopia is free and Christian, so we would not be able to get any slaves from Ethiopia. I mean, there are so many Miaphysites here that it's simply not going to work. Also, we could not enforce Sunni because we weren't using the religious war CB back then. We were using the slave raid CB. I did not unlock the religious war CB until after I converted to coalition. Otherwise, I would certainly have enforced on them. And let's make Mecca coalition again, just for the heck of it. I don't think coalition allows slave raids. I think we have it from something else, but I can't quite figure out what exactly it is. Like, we are able to get slaves. Let's see. Let's see if I can find like the specific advance in the advances tree, because I certainly wasn't able to find it earlier. Oh, right. Because, of course, because our initial capital is in Africa. So when you start in Africa, no matter what religion you are, you can raid for slaves. So you can build like a Ethiopian empire that is Catholic if you want, and you would still be able to raid for slaves. It's not the really Mamluks allow. I mean, I can't find anything about the Mamluks. It does allow you to build Mamluk barracks and basically get like, what's that called? Use the slaves, but as far as I can see, the government form itself, being Mamluks, does not actually give you the ability to slave raid. That's from having their original capital in Africa. Yeah, so it's probably not about the Mamluks, folks. It's probably because we have our capital in Africa. Also, the Tarh. I think we'll go for this, and then let's see if our burghers actually have any Yeah, they have 19 and 19 ducats. Yeah, isn't that marvelous? What about extraordinary tax on nobles? Probably not. Oh, I might as well make use of the additional satisfaction that we got, but it's just such a minuscule amount of production efficiency that it's probably better to just request emergency grants. But of course, the burgers for some reason don't have any money, so I'm not getting any money from them basically, even if I were to like get the emergency grant. And it does appear that the Sunni zealots have been cracked down just enough, so I'm going to go for, no, not here either, so Bukhaira. Also, hello and welcome, folks. For all of you who have just arrived, we are playing as Christian Egypt. We have converted to the Polish religion for the simple reason that I'm trying to build up Alexandria to be the largest city the world has ever seen, and Polishans get a holy site here, which gives you plus 200% local population capacity, which is pretty nuts if you ask me, but who am I to judge, right? Yeah, bomb blockade for the slaves. The problem is levies are too strong, yeah. Sunni doesn't, Africa does, yep. I mean, they do seem to have a lot of people, but I don't think their population density is all that nice. But anyways, we are, in fact, exploring this area, so we will see soon enough. Of course, that's assuming that we can actually reach the Ivory Coast. And do we really need to... Well, it's just 5 ducats anyways, whatever, bollocks. Also, we have more than enough stability now, so I'm going to clamp down on that one. And you know what? As you guys have realized, we literally can't do anything with these guys because the levies are just so strong. So I think I'm actually going to disband them. I don't want to disband them. So what we're going to do is we're going to reduce army maintenance down to 0. And then I'm going to close down the Mamluk barracks so we don't pay for maintenance. And basically we're just going to let our regulars slowly die, like die to attrition, which will reduce both our army maintenance and our building maintenance. And then the question is, bonds. Are bonds like worth it? Do we want to just keep pumping these out and then just use the proceeds that we get from them to, I don't know. Or we can also do this. Yeah, this is kind of clever because we're basically doing the good old EU4 strategy of paying off loans with bigger loans, like consolidating them. And as far as I can see, this is just like free money because the amount of additional tax base that we are getting from the money we get from the bonds is more than that. But not from the same religion. Make a long stretch. I'm starting a new campaign. What for? Yeah, Ethiopia can raid for slaves. Or at least they should be able to. Let's check it out actually. Let me do this. So we'll switch to the Ethiopian Empire momentarily and let's take a look. Because they should be able to raid for slaves. Yep, there we go. Slave raiding wars. Raid enemies for slaves. Ethiopia can officially slave raid folks. And they have not slave raided anyone just yet. Maybe Miaphysite does not allow you to do anything with the slaves, but whatever, it's literally additional pops that you're getting, which is why we are slave raiding here. But anyways, I remember a guy, Vijayana. Yeah, the good old thingy. The good old strategy with Vijayanagar where you just accept Marathi culture day 1 and then go raiding Delhi for slaves is literally the best strategy ever designed in this game, and I'm just in love with that one. So you got like 1 million population, 2 cities. Phoenix Fromash, did you watch my Vijayanagar series? Because I managed to pack, I believe, something like 5 million people in Mudgal, which is a gold mine. And even though people were literally overflowing here, we ended that run with 200 levels of gold in this single location. Mudgal was producing 1,500 what was it called? 1,500 ducats of wealth. That single location. We crammed like millions of people in that location. It probably wasn't me, because that's like a very well-known strategy. At this point, a lot of people played that game. But we did do that ourselves as well. Like, we did play that specific Vijayanagar run back in the day, back at the end of April, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So it's been like a month and a half, but we did do that. And let me also like enforce culture in Makuria, maybe, because they've basically converted their population to Polish, so we might as well use them to convert their culture as well. They will get a bunch of rebellions, but that should be quite alright. And also we still haven't got the thingy here. And also, two advance, oh right, because this is a unique advance. Unique advances only cost one research point per advance if you're advancing them from previous ages. So even if you don't take these advances immediately in the age that they're available in, definitely check your unique ideas here, or if you're on patch 1.2.5, definitely take a look here and research any unique advances that you may have missed, folks. It was like Polish, dude. Probably Zlevik in that case. Are there any other like Polish content creators other than Zlevik? I'm not sure. I feel like there would be. Because apparently EU5 is quite popular in Poland. Like, Poland is definitely in my top 5 countries as well in terms of our viewers' residence, let's say. Also, what should we build with the additional money that we got from the government bonds? Let's see. Which goods? So fine cloth is definitely in high demand. Pleroma is probably not going to be available for a while, so in Damascus as well, that's nice. I mean, despite them tuning down the profitability of these buildings, they're still getting like a really, really decent bit here. So that's quite nice. And I guess I'm also going to keep building all of these RGOs as well, because RGOs literally create money out of thin air, which is how it should be. It is literally how economies grew before the Industrial Revolution. This was the only way of making more money out of the same amount of land, increasing the exploitation of your natural resources. Or increasing your population, but you got hit by the Malthusian Wall pretty quickly if you tried to increase your population, so there's that. Lucas at Bella. Ah, right. It might also be Lucas. He's a fairly cool bloke, it seems. His videos are like a bit hyper edited, so usually I can't stomach them, but he definitely knows the game. He's a fine bloke. And let's declare war on Yemen. There we go. Let's see. Do we actually want? Hell yeah, let's raise our levies for this one. Yemen, bloody Yemen. Oh yes. It is hilarious that both nephews of our ruler were geniuses. But then again, we have so many nephews that I don't actually think it's a very surprising thing, to be honest. And let's send these guys to their deaths, maybe. You know what? How many men do the Yemenites have? So we can just make do with, I don't know, a single one? Yeah, I think. Ah, there we go. Sheesh, okay. I think we're just going to disband all of these levies that we raised, because We don't necessarily need them to be able to defeat Yemen in this case. And our vassals are also going to join in as well, so there's that too. Also, it looks like they annexed their vassals, so slightly chunkier Yemen than we're used to. And geez, if our vassals take them, we will not be able to raid for slaves. So let's send them to passive mode, folks. My goal with, yes, the goal at start was 4 or 5 million. I'm not quite sure whether we can actually get to 4 or 5 million. Like, we'll see about that. I believe that 3 million is definitely possible, but 4 or 5 may be a bit of a stretch, depending on how much we can stack development. Why not? Seriously, why not? Also, we're getting so much decentralization push here. It's unbelievable. Should probably annex the Sheikh Mufti as well. I literally created them just so we could increase our opinion of the Coptic culture. And now that that is done, we might as well just let them die, basically. Alright, more slave raiding, folks. More slave raiding. Is there a crown prince? Probably not, but, you know, why not? Marry a noble. Let's marry you to this guy so we get more nobles. And let's send you over here. Let's send you over here. So we're basically trying to get as many slaves as we can from Yemen before we piece them out. And I'm going to start trying to siege their capital, basically. Let's see. Bunch of peasants. Oh, no, that's not the one. Let's go back. Let's send these guys to hunt down the armies of Yemen. Oh yes, real life population of Alexandria is 5.52 million. So we're basically trying to get more than 5.52 million in Alexandria by the end of this run. But again, I'm not 100% sure whether we can actually do that. There's a decent chance that the maximum amount of people that we can cram in will simply be lower than that. And in that case, we basically wouldn't be able to... Ooh, that was bad. But I guess this is like mountainous terrain. Yep, it's mountains. Should be a bit more careful with our stuff here, I guess. And let's do this. Also, of course. Of course I forgot to automate replacing generals, because I'm a silly goose. In my defense, Your Honor, I'm just a silly goose. Al-Pleroma, Al-Belaromia? Because I believe Arabic does not have the P sound, so they just say B. And that's why it's Palestine, but Philistine. Although technically, that's because... What's that called? That's because Arabic got the word Palestine way back in the day. So it became a F instead of a B. But yeah, Al-Balarima. Yeah, that doesn't sound as nice as Pleroma. Spirits Unbroken. Yeah, please go ahead. The question is, do we want to raid their lands here? And yeah, probably not. Just look at that map. I mean, technically, more slaves is more slaves, but honestly, I don't want to bother. I don't want to bother. I think I'm just going to try to take... Seriously, man. I'm just going to try to take their capital and call it a day, basically, folks. Catholicism really exemplifies how dry the game is. I mean, the game is dry. I'm not going to lie to you about that. But did you guys play EU4 when it first came out? Because I did. I literally pre-ordered that game, and let me tell you, EU5 on release was like 10 times, I'm not kidding, 10 times drier than EU5 is right now. The amount of content that we have as compared to EU4 is just mind-boggling. So, I don't know. I'm actually enjoying the game quite a lot, and I think it's okay. It's not super duper good, but it's okay. Do we want to take maps, or do we want to... Whatever, man. Whatever the hell. Let's just take a bunch of land, maybe get a bit of war reps out of them, and let's release a couple historical vassals here. And then let's release maybe one custom vassal, maybe two custom vassals. I don't know. We don't necessarily intend to annex any of these lands anytime soon, so I guess just leaving them as large vassals should be more than fine. Also, really weird province boundaries there. Some of the province boundaries are still a bit undercooked, let us say, but overall, pretty nice. And let's disband all of our levies, and let's go back home. Also, we lost a lot of regulars as well, so that should hopefully reduce the amount of money that we are paying on the army maintenance. And indeed, it is down to 25 ducats, and I'll also reduce that too. Bailiffs, universities, all of that stuff. Annexing shit. Yes. I mean, yes. I literally can't help myself. I just want to grow, man. I just want the empire to grow, I guess. Anyways, at least we're not like taking the land ourselves. We're just using it. And it is probably time that we declare war on Tunis, followed by Morocco, I guess. So let's go for that. Let's threaten war for Tunis. There we go. And this time around, I'm actually going to raise our levies too. And I'm not going to fight this particular war on speed 7 because bad things happen when we play on speed 7. Let them keep being Sunni and then release raiding them. I mean, I don't think release raiding Arabia would be all that nice. Also, what the hell? That is one big city, let me tell you that. And this too, like, why does this location have so many people living in it? And all of these are above their population capacity too. Jeez. That is weird. Who is the strongest Paradox YouTuber you could beat in a fight? Do you mean like in real life fight, or do you mean like a playing EU5 MP kind of fight? Either way, the answer is not going to be generalist because my man lifts, like my man lifts. He does not skip his leg days, let me tell you that. Yeah, let's cancel. Or no. No. We want to use the levies from the Levant. We want to cancel the levies from Lower Egypt instead. So we don't lose any people from our best populated area, basically. I mean, that's the issue here. We can't actually raid. Like, we could raid, but we can't raid because they're too strong. I suppose I could try using a trick that I'm currently using in the Sweden campaign, which is basically sending like 500-man raiding parties in order to raid unfortified areas, but they don't have a lot of unfortified areas either. So the most we would be able to raid would be Ceylon, basically. I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like we haven't really been able to get a lot of slave raiding done in this run. We still have a decent population because Egypt just has such huge population growth. And speaking of huge population growth, ooh, that's nice. Let's queue up more granaries here so we get more population growth in the delta. Try to take off a tall Batud horde. What's the Batud horde? Are they like in the north of China? Are they like in the border between Mongolia and Manchuria? Because that's what I remember them being. Oh, we only got 15k here, another 13k here, so that should be good. And we're also going to get the regulars in Gaza. Ludi with a knife or generalist. Who do you have a better chance against? I mean, you guys realize that Ludi is Romanian, right? There is no way I can beat that bloody gypsy in a knife fight. Generalists. I mean, generalist. I wouldn't be able to take him in like a. If it was like a wrestling kind of thing, rather than a fight. I don't know. If it was swords, I could easily beat both of them. I actually did Hamo for a while, so I know my way around the sword. But I wouldn't be able to beat them in your general idea of a fight, basically. And anyways, let's try and land in Tripoli, and then we'll see. Then we'll see about the rest. Between China and the black colored horde. Yep, that's what we and the chat is so interesting. The chat is literally talking about who I would be able to beat in a fight amongst Paradox content creators. Let's see. Let's go through the list actually. So I think I would be able to beat Lath. He does seem like a weakling. The Red Hawk, maybe, definitely, depending on how much he works out, because I don't work out a lot nowadays. Other than that, oh, did they hire mercs? Jesus, these guys are hiring mercs as well. They literally did not fix the merc spam, which is just hilarious. But anyways, it looks like we actually have a decent chance of winning against Tunis because, of course, they're being idiots by crossing the whole desert here and I don't know, just oh, of course. Oh, of course. Tunis is also a North African state. So they can also slave raid. Jeez. Yeah, that is bad. How did this fight debate start? I mean, someone said, who do you think is the strongest EU5 YouTuber, was it? That you can take in a fight? And I asked, like a fight, like a cage fight? Or a EU5 MP kind of fight. And basically that's how the debate started. Request additional taxes. There we go. Oh, 230 ducats. Just look at that. Amazing. And we got Tripoli in the west. And let's take care of you guys. And in the meantime, let's send. In fact, let's stick to here. Yeah, we should be able to get a decent number of slaves from this area, which is unfortified. And then Tunis is probably going to ruin all the fun by declaring an unconditional surrender. But I guess that's just what the AI is like, isn't it? And let's leave maybe 4. And send you guys over here. And send you guys over here. And send you guys over here. And send you guys over here. Which means we're going to take the bigger part of Jaish, 102, and take it to Kafsa. Yeah. Really, really, really bad that Tunis is also North African. So we're going to lose a bunch of people over here, but they're probably going to get more people from their lands. And this is basically like a huge game of chicken at this point. As a Ludi victims, why are you guys Ludi victims? I mean, Ludi is from the part of Romania which specializes in axe battles. There is a part of Romania that specializes in axe battles? What the heck? Oh yeah, Zlev is just chill. You're both Romanians. Oh jeez. Uh, I don't know. Zlevik is chill, and he doesn't seem all that strong either, but he doesn't seem like a total pushover either, so I'm not sure. I'm really, really not sure. What else? Who else do you guys know? Lucas at Bella, I haven't. Oh, the Playmaker. I can definitely take Playmaker in a fight because that guy is literally a chud. I mean, I was expecting him to be, I don't know, less of a chud. Maybe have like a better cantle tilt or whatever it is that the incel fandom is up to nowadays. But he turned out to be a much different person than I imagined him when he did his face reveal, basically. So that's pretty hilarious if you ask me. And yeah, we're losing more and more men here. And Lemon Cake. No, I could never fight Lemon Cake. He's just such a nice person. He's way too nice for an Englishman, I would even say. But then again, the Brits are known for being, at least on the face of it, very stiff upper lip. It has to be right and proper kind of folks. So I don't know. But yeah, Lemon Cake is my man. I really love the guy. Ludi Victim Society. That's what I'm saying. We are complete wall for Ludi. So, why are you guys like Ludi victims? What's the victimhood story there? Give me the tea, chat. Give me the tea, please. Majaz Albab. Let's see what else. Annaba. I'm 100% confident that we're not actually going to get any of these sieges done. But it would be a mess if we. Jesus, the AI is literally killing itself. The AI is just hanging out in the desert. That is so bad. The Angloids are excellent at feigning kindness until they put on the red coat. I mean, I could say that for the spiffing Brit, but not for Lemon Cake. Lemon Cake actually seems like he's a generally nice person. And we all love him for that, don't we, chat? Lemon Cake will beat you because he's made of cake and you will get diabetes. I mean, yeah, to be honest, I don't think that I've ever eaten lemon cake. It simply does not exist in my book. So, does lemon cake even exist? Or is he just a figment of our imagination? Cue in X-Files music. Who makes those average experience videos? I have no idea what that guy is like. I don't think that he has ever spoken like a word in his life, or rather in his like YouTube life. So I don't know. And there we go, folks. The Tunisians are back, but we did manage to get them slaves, so I don't care. For all I care, they could just take back all of their lands and it wouldn't. We didn't manage to get that either. I mean, that's like 2,500 slaves, not too much. But overall, we're only getting like 100k out of this, and that's if we can like siege down Tunis itself, which is probably not going to happen, let me tell you that. But anyways. Battle of Sus. Interesting stuff there. And let's siege back these two locations, and then I'm going to send the armies west. Probably we're just going to try to piece them out before something bad happens, but we'll see about it. We'll see about it for sure. Schrodinger's lemon cake. Don't forget to enforce slave release. Oh, yes. So far, you at least scale above late. Do you have any notable feats? I mean, as I said, I did Hema for a while, so I do know how to handle a sword, but other than that, probably not. I am kind of vicious though. I do have that going for me. And, could we? Because these guys have zero morale. Okay, that's hilarious. Yeah, they don't have zero morale anymore. You know what? I think we got all that we can. Maybe what we could do is get someone to go here. Get someone to go like here. And get someone to go like here. And then with these guys, I'll try to... Oh no, we already got all of those. Lovely. And we're just going to try and take as many locations as we can before the Tunisian armies hit us. So probably I'm going to disband these guys. I can never imagine how people look without seeing their faces. Their voices always seem not real. Yeah. You, my friend, might be autistic. Your pronunciation sounds like Turkish. No. If I were Turkish, my pronunciation would sound like this. You would know that, right? So, of course, we are not Turkish. Also, do you see any üs or şiz or let alone gız? Because that is not how I talk. Why would I rent when I... Speaking of Turks, do they look like a what? Because the generalist can get late and throw him into the group and KO 20 of them. Oh my god. I'm imagining that scene in my head right now, so that image is going to live in my head rent free until I die. So thank you for that, my friend. Jeez, just how many lates can the generalist deadlift? Next time the generalist has a stream, please ask him that for me, folks. How many lates do you think you can deadlift? Oh, Mr. Generalist. And I guess that's going to be it for the slaves. That's Russian pronunciation, dude. Maybe. They might have a few humans. Alright, I think we are ready to piece them out. Let me just take these two locations as well. Like, bro, I swear, bro, it's just two more locations that we want to raid for slaves, bro. I slave, then after that we're going to leave Tunisia around alone, bro. I swear. Also, I think we managed to get like more than 150k. I'm not sure. We definitely got a decent bit here, so let's maybe disband the levies. And then let's maybe get peace with them. Release all the slaves, so thank you for reminding me of that as well. Commits cannibalism. What? When did we start talking about cannibalism? And then the question is, do we want to, I don't know, take lands? Oh, dismantle forts. Yes, please. Abandon piracy. That would be interesting. But we don't have enough war score for that, so I guess this is just going to be it, folks. But we still managed to get a decent amount of, let's say, stuff. Seriously, where are you guys coming from? Do we have like a location in Arabia that I forgot about? I don't know. I don't think that's the case. CK3 players spotted. What the hell is an incest? Roar! It is hilarious that probably one of the most successful Paradox games, because CK2 was back in its day literally the most successful Paradox game ever, but I'm not sure about CK3. But it is known for, as you guys all know, cannibalism and incest and eugenics. Isn't that just hilarious? And as usual, I'm going to... Oops, not that one maybe. Yeah, that one probably. I'm not going to get anyone from Lower Egypt, of course. Why cannibalism? I watch news, whatever. Like it was the first comment where I say, "Are you Turkish?" Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's basically the same as what's it called? The Polish people. Turks also have a fairly outsized influence in EU5 in the EU5 community. So at first I was thinking like because Turkey when I first started the channel, Turkey was like the third or the fourth largest audience, and I was guessing, oh, people think I'm Turkish, so that's why they keep watching me. But it turns out EU5 is just huge in Turkey, and there are like a lot of local Turkish streamers and content creators as well. Of course, because all the audience is Turkish, it pays literal peanuts compared to what I get as an English language content creator. Uh, but they still get a lot more views than I do, and it's basically a case of being like a big fish in a small pond compared to me where I'm a small fish in a big pond, let us say. But yeah, EU5 is fairly popular in Turkey, I guess. Polish is famous for its femboy per capita. Well, there are also parts of Turkey which are famous for their femboys. A specific city which is held by the Ottomans at the start of the game comes to mind, so there's that. Ottoman is the protagonist. Tommy K became a relevant streamer because of Turkish audience. Who the hell is a Tommy K? Who is the protagonist of EU5? That's a nice question, actually. I think one of the reasons why EU5 has not had like the same, let's say, cultural impact as EU4 is because it does not have a protagonist. So I don't know, maybe France? France was definitely the protagonist in like the earlier patches, where they would just keep blobbing into half of the HRE. Bohemia was there for a while, but I don't think there's like a singular protagonist. Oh, Hoi 4 streamer, right. Yeah, I haven't played, well, more like I've played like 10 hours of Hoi 4. So I'm not really sure about what the situation is like with it. But I don't know, I guess it's fun. It's just that the community is so bloody toxic though. Definitely the most autistic part of the Paradox community, and we're talking about the Paradox community, so we're like knee deep in autism. And with Hoi 4, it's like waist deep in autism. Also, let's get a bunch more. In fact, I'm going to get even more here. A bunch more RGOs, folks. You know what they say, when in doubt, build more RGOs. Because they're literally creating money out of thin air. And normally I would also focus on building a lot more urban manufactories, but you know, as you can see, all of our urban locations are basically swamped with the construction queue anyways, so I guess it's time that we invest in building up even more urban centers. Are you an heavy tank enjoyer? Oh, that's like a Hearts of Iron 4, yeah. Hearts of Iron 3 now. Hearts of Iron 3 was something. That was insane. That game was literally insane, man. I mean, the tech system, the faction system, everything, it was nuts back in the good old days of Hearts of Iron 3. And then they just simplified it immensely with Hearts of Iron 4, but they also added so much content to the game that it became more palatable to normies and also to all of those autistic fringe ideology enjoyers where they're all like, oh, I can make Austria-Hungary monarchy again, and then I can put Hitler in charge of like Argentina or something like that. Isn't that how it goes, Senor Hilter? So I don't know. I think Hearts of Iron 4 really did manage to cater very well to a particular kind of audience, and that's why it became the huge hit. Man, if I'm autistic, I don't mind, because I love this life of low cortisol. And Jesus H. Roosevelt Christ, what? I mean, I get it, folks, light cavalry, but seriously? Stack wipe? That was insane. That is just insane. Alright, you know what? Their armies are over here, so you all know what that means. We're going to go the other way. And we're going to essentially turn this into a raiding fest. A raiding fest instead of like a... Hold up. Let me do it like this. Insane stack wipe there, though. Like, insane, utterly inhumane, out of this world stack wipe. Do you do anything else for a living beside content creation? I mean, obviously I don't have enough, I'm not getting enough money from content creation, of course, to make a living out of it. Basically, I'm a freelancer. I have a few sources of income, let us say, and please tell me it's not. Oh, okay. And usually it's in a seasonal sector, let me say, seasonal industry. And usually I tend to work a lot more during summer, but this year I decided to basically take a break from the freelancing, just reduce the amount of work that I'm doing, and basically focus all in on the channel more or less. I did take military access. I just forgot to, do stuff in Tunis because I'm chatting with you guys, and I keep forgetting to basically do anything when I chat. So this is why I shouldn't live stream. When I'm live streaming, I'm playing at like 2 times below my normal capacity, let's say, and that's why we get all of these stack wipes, and that's why we get all of these weird ends. Like, that's why I suck at this game when I'm streaming, and the videos are so much cooler and so much more OP and professional, let us say. Heavy Cav was good, but swamps and stuff. The glitch of EU4 where Ottomans were doing random stack wipes? Huh. I played a lot of Ottomans in EU4 and I don't remember that. That's interesting. No generals. Oh yes, I am definitely classified as a yapper. And the generals are getting sent automatically, basically. Oh yes, Sweden run. Oh geez, they had... Where are they getting all these men from? They have 30,000 levies? How are you getting 30,000 levies, Morocco? Did they finally manage to... I think they finally managed to fix it. Hold up. Let me just switch over to Morocco just for a sec. I want to see what their cultural situation is like. Oh! So they're quite above their accepted culture capacity, but I think they actually managed to teach the AI that it should accept the cultures. It should accept the Berber cultures, even if that would bring it above its culture capacity, because in the previous patch, you guys might remember, Morocco was just getting wrecked because they had no cores. So they finally managed to fix that. So I'm really happy about that, actually. That is really nice. Isn't bro from USA? How can he afford to live just from gaming content? Again, I'm not affording to live from gaming content. Like, I basically had a lot of savings because, again, freelancing in a fairly seasonal business. So basically, I had to save up for the lean days in times when I had more work coming my way. So I'm basically just using that savings cushion to invest all in on the channel just for this year, and yeah, that's bad. And we'll see whether I can actually turn this into a living, because I do think we're close. I do think that if it keeps going like this, within the next year or so, this could definitely become like a full-time job for me. But of course, we'll see about that. And the more that you guys actually contribute to me by get by becoming members, and also by simply watching these series, the closer that we come to our goals, basically. There is room for, yeah, like just need more fronts. My man, what is your obsession with one, raiding China, and two, opening more fronts? Also, look at those slaves. Yeah. We are finally getting there, folks. We are finally getting there. We are so back. We are so back. Oh yes. Oh yes. I'm enjoying this run so much right now. Let's just send all of these guys over here, because I'm guessing the Moroccans will just go west in order to unoccupy all the lands that we've taken. And that should give us an opportunity to take their lands in the east. I just realized I'm capped with. Oh, I have no idea how the chat XP works, by the way. It's pretty interesting as far as the system goes. You know what they say? The purpose of a system is what it does. The system is not broken. The system is working exactly as intended, and it must be destroyed. Hold up. I'm quite confident that we can actually get a crown character here. Probably not. If we go to our characters, and then sort by crown, and then sort by male, of course, because yeah, and then go for this. Are you a cabinet member? You're a cabinet member, huh? So we have quite a few very strong crown estate characters, but none of them have high mill ability. That is interesting. Yeah, I guess the additional crown power is worth it to lose out on just a little bit of control here. Because I love raiding for slaves. I mean, it is so fun. Slave raiding is literally the most satisfying thing that I have done so far in EU5. It is amazing. This is like basically playing CK2, like old school CK2 back in the old gods days, when slave raiding was all the what's it called? Slave raiding was all the hype, I guess. I don't think it does anything besides appeal to people wanting to be first. I mean, we all have an innate desire to be the first, so I guess that's basically most people. I mean, where is your competitive spirit, folks? Where is your competitive spirit? Where is your stiff upper lip? And there we go. Look at all those slaves. Look at all those slaves flowing in, folks. In fact, if I can figure out how to change the message settings, let's say slave, military message settings. When our armies enslave pops, we're going to get pop-ups now. I'm going to give you, blank template, I'm going to give you the additional dopamine hit that you want. There we go, more slaves. More slaves for everyone, folks. Let's send them over here so we get slaves from here too. There we go, more slaves. Oh, look at all of those pop-ups. Isn't that amazing? And yes, they get so spammy after a while. This is why I literally closed them, turned them off, but it is just fun. It is just amazing fun. Also, I have a random question. Do you watch the World Cup? Nope. I basically don't care about soccer at all. Like, not something that I'm interested in the slightest. Also, can I take you guys over here to Gaza, maybe? How old are you? I'm 26, folks. 500 slaves. Another 500 slaves. 1,364 slaves. Oh, look at all of those guys. Ah. Yeah, the Moroccans are here. That is most inconvenient. Inconvenient. Yes, ruin and uproot people in video game live. Yes, please. What do you think about the simplicity of subjects? It is basically only considering the Western European system and even makes that more simple. I'm not American, folks. Yeah, I'm not American. Depending on your definition of American, but I wouldn't call myself American. Oh, is that because I said soccer instead of football? That might be it. Also, what do we want to research here? Any suggestions? Any ideas? Local council sounds nice. Disease resistance, yes, let's go for that. That is pretty decent in the current patch of the game. Pop promotion speed, yes, please. Don't need anything to do with mercenaries. Maybe gunsmith plus cannon makers and discipline too, because why not? We also get the reformed Mamalik and probably the coastal forts here as well. Anti-piracy, always good. Recruitment law, always good to have. And I'm not seeing anything else that's like super duper nice here. And in the previous age, I might as well queue in the cathedral so we create a bit more demand maybe. Build gravel road cost, kinda meh, but we can get the additional literacy and the selling efficiency here. And maybe the estate enrichment as well. That has some sort of effect, I'm not quite sure what it is. But yeah, this stuff is usually good to have, let's say. Oh yes, more slaves. Give me more slaves. Teeters from minus unrest. I don't think that the actual unrest reduction is worth going for because it's like minus 2.5% unrest, which is basically nothing. I mean, it has some very case by case usage because there are some situations in which that 2.5% could mean the difference between a pop joining the rebel faction and staying out of a rebel faction, but I don't think that's going to be very, let's say, relevant for our case over here. Also, how many men have we lost so far? 17,000. Jeez. Oh yeah, we got that stack wipe, didn't we? If it wasn't for that idiotic stack wipe, we would only have lost like 3,000 men, which is amazing. Considering we got like definitely more than 100k slaves out of this. Probably more than 200k even. Yes, Lionheart Wilson, Jerusalem. We are playing the Mamluks, but they're not your garden variety Mamluks. They are coalition Mamluks, and we're trying to cram as many people as we can to the great city of Alexandria, which we have renamed to Pleroma. Only my Gnostic bros will know what that actually means. But we're basically trying to build up the largest city the world has ever seen in Alexandria. And part of that is just slay raiding, like there is no tomorrow. Alright, I can... I should not have... where did we get... over there, yeah. Pretty bad, folks, but... if they're in what? That means they would not actually be able to reach us over here. In fact, they would not try to reach us over there. There we go. Alright, so half of you guys over here, half of you guys to Wehran, and let me keep you guys over here. Or maybe not. Yeah, the issue here... the issue here is basically this. If we leave these locations unattended, they're going to get unsieged by Fez before we can siege the north, like the provincial capitals siege the north. But I guess that's not going to matter a lot in the long run anyway, so I might as well grab that. It's better that we don't get the pops and keep our troops, because if we get stack wiped, that's population that we're losing. These are levies after all. And let's see, we probably won't be able to get Tahart either, so that's bad. Yeah. Full retreat, folks, and probably... full retreat? Maybe not. Maybe we can go to Ujda. Yeah. You know what? I think we got as many slaves as we're ever going to get out of this war. I mean, maybe I could like keep them around and just keep circling them like in a nightmare blunt rotation. But I'm not sure if it would actually be worth it. So we'll see about that. Yes, slavery. Slavery. Is he somewhere from Central Asia? Wait, why is Mamluks in Morocco? Yep, 600. I mean, slow and steady wins the race because, yeah, we can't fight India because of all the levy shenanigans going on. If we could, trust me, I would go for India or even China, but I guess slow and steady does win the race in this case. And over here, we're going to do a full retreat. Yeah. I think it's time that we slowly start to like disbanding our troops. Maybe send you guys over here. You guys over here too. And the Moroccans are going west. So there's that. If they don't come back east, we might be able to get a few more slaves over here. There we go. There we go. There we go. Nice. 500,000 slaves. The Phoenix guy is not funny. Who's the Phoenix guy? 600 slaves. Yeah. So we got 1.2 million, and this does not include all the slaves that have converted and assimilated away. So they are no longer slaves. Why not build more towns in Egypt? Of course we are building more towns in Egypt. But you know, slaves is literally free pops, like free pops that you're getting, so why not go for that? So what's the flatland, hot arid? Hot arid is acceptable, I guess, and sparse. Do I want to get a town in... Oh, but we got bailiffs, so probably not. So the question is, do we want to get more towns here? Let's see what the construction queue is like on all of these towns. We can get more beer manufactories because everyone loves beer. And you guys know Egypt is pretty hot, so I guess people are drinking a lot of beer in Egypt. There we go. 3 more over here, maybe. Nah, no. You guys have such huge, truly absolutely huge, like, construction queues. Yeah, probably time that we built more towns in the Delta. Not sure about rice, not sure about cotton, not sure about sugar. I guess we are going to build towns on rice, and definitely on fruit. Yeah, we'll definitely build them on fruit. Also, yeah, we already got a lot of bailiffs. Right. Probably another bailiff here when we get the chance. And I don't know. Anything else that we can bailiff over? Probably not. Yeah, whatever. Hello folks. Welcome aboard. Why does the game promote slaves in buildings? What do you mean promote slaves in buildings? Kamsan. Oh, actually, we might actually get a stack wipe here. In fact, we probably will get a stack wipe. There we go. And that's basically a free win for us. You gotta take those wins. You gotta take those free wins whenever you can, folks. Develop the Holy Land, says the guy with Jerusalem in his name. I never said no to Turkish. Where are you guys getting that from? I never said I'm not Turkish. I mean, you guys know how the saying goes, like, if it looks like a turkey, and if it talks like a turkey, and if it plays like a turkey, he is probably from Turkey. He sounds Slavic. Definitely Slavic, but not Russian. Well, that's interesting. I've been called so far Lithuanian, Arab. What else was that? Slavic as of now, Turkish. Someone considered that I could be Azerbaijani, which I guess is a interesting guess, and also pretty close, I would say. You guys are coming around, yeah. Yeah, it looks like we've lost here as well. You know what? Let's do this. This is just so fun. Like, I'm having so much fun just microing everything here. And this was basically the same with slave raiding in the Sweden campaign as well. Like, slave raiding literally might be the most fun that you can have in EU5. Try speaking Romanian. Deșteaptă te romene din somnul cel de moarte. Something like that, I guess. I could try to sing that, but you guys would crucify me if I tried to actually sing that. But I don't know. I think you're Japanese, but disguising your accent as Turkish to deceive the government. Nani? Nihongo desu? Turugu desu? I'm not Japanese, folks. I'm definitely not Japanese. Like, it's the furthest away from truth, the truth that you can get. Let me, or maybe, yeah, let's do the, let's disband. Another stack wipe there, that's bad. But I guess we got like 2k pops from me. Oh, we did not because of all the tribesmen. Rather unfortunate, but anyways, it looks like we're just going to wait for the area around Tilimsan to be occupied, and then we're probably going to peace out the Mamluks. Okay, bro is Balkana. No. I am not from the Balkans, and I do not live in the Balkans. That's what he wants us to think. Dun, dun, dun. That's the X-Files music. Alright, I guess it is time that we pieced out Morocco, folks. And we did get a decent number of slaves, I would say. Not nearly as many as we could have gotten from anywhere else, but you know what can you do sometimes? Let's get them to dismantle their forts. Or maybe not. Jeez. We can't get full war reps if we dismantle forts. Oh, what's really quaint. Yeah, we definitely need them to dismantle the forts in Fez, though. Alright. Alright, I'll go for that. They can keep the one out here in the desert, but definitely dismantle the one in Fez. And war reps. There we go. That should be a decent bit, I would say. Not too shabby, not too good, but, you know, slow and steady wins the race. That's all the slaves that we can get. Alright, let's go back home. Let's take these guys back home. Let's reduce our army maintenance. And let's just play on, I guess. Also, the government bonds do cost quite a bit, so I'm not sure whether it was a good idea buying them or like issuing them. I'm sure that someone will actually run the numbers on this, probably generalist. I'm guessing if Flory is playing properly nowadays, he probably has done the maths, but I don't know. How are you not Azeri? I never said I'm not Turkish. I never said I'm not Azeri either. Seriously, again, just hear what I'm saying, folks. If it sounds like a turkey, and if it talks like a turkey, and walks like a turkey, and plays the game like a turkey, he's got to be from Turkey, right? Is he Mongolian? I mean, did you guys hear me throat singing during the episode in which we formed the Mongol Empire? So let me know. Am I Mongolian? Do you think that's the case? When they chat has the calipers out and measuring the streamer's skull to see what 600 years old ethnic grievances that would bring up. Yes. Oh yes, that is so accurate, by the way. Well, regarding the game, I get a question regarding the game. Yes, please. What is your question regarding the game? Is it good enough to have Muslim PUs? I'm not sure if you can actually have PUs as Muslims. Like, I think the AI, especially, is maybe not hard coded, but definitely most of the time, or almost all of the time, the AI uses succession laws which do not allow you to trace descent through females. So you're probably not going to like get any what's it called? You're not going to get any PUs as Muslims, I believe. And if it does, if you do get like the PUs as a Muslim country, I think that means something is broken in the game. Who do you want us to rival, folks? I think I'm just going to go for Tunis. It's not like we're going to take any land anyways. Like, Yemen was just for funsies. And I should also... Oh, I can't annex these guys just yet. Wow. We're playing so slowly. I feel like we should be playing, you know, more quickly, or whatever it is. If it sounds like a turkey, looks like a turkey, and moves like a turkey, it's probably a Kurd. Interesting hypothesis there. You might be closer than you think. Well, my Ottoman games, I had the succession war for Egypt. Was that game like in one of the earlier versions? Because in the earlier versions of the game, you could get those like succession wars, claim on throne CBs much more readily than you can in the current version of the game. It is much more difficult now. You actually have to have your heir or ruler, I believe, as the potential claimant. Otherwise, you don't get the succession law CB. Also, Jesus, I was going to build towns. I wasn't going. Oh, before towns, we should build masons because, of course, masonry is expensive. So let's build them up over here and build them up more. Ajuran, Fezan, are they raidable? I mean, Fezan should be raidable, but really, like, are we going to raid them for like 3,000 people? Ajuran is something like 400k. Yemen is at 350. No, Ifat is at 350k. I mean, really, there aren't enough people in any of these lands to actually justify raiding them for slaves. So I guess we are basically going to keep raiding North Africa and wait until the Ottomans have finished converting their lands to Sunni to raid them. Although, I mean, Central Anatolia is Sunni, but Central Anatolia is severely depopulated. Like, the real pops lie in the western reaches of Anatolia and, of course, in Constantinia, which is only 35% a Sunni. Anyways. I guess we'll be able to raid the Ottomans in like 10-20 years. They do a pretty marvelous job of converting their lands usually. But only through fiefdoms and dominions I know that, because Malaysian, Interesting. That's new. That's the first time that someone considered me Malaysian. Is bro a native Micronesian? No, I'm not. Am I from Bali, Indonesia? Never been there, mate. I did go to Singapore once, but never to Indonesia. Or yeah, maybe let's keep that. All right. Also, more masons. Yes, please. I'm just going to mass build masons until the price of masonry reaches acceptable levels, and then we'll see about the rest. So won't need to micro. Well, they can fight back. Trust me, they can fight back. Like, they don't have a lot of levies, but although a decent chunk of their pop is my Ephesite, so we wouldn't be able to get a lot of slaves here either. Like, I don't know, maybe something like 5, 10, 20,000 at most. Ifat is entirely Sunni, so we would be able to get a decent number there. Do they have... they're building a castle. Jeez, why are you building a castle? Alright, you know what? Ajuran actually might make sense, and Kilwa is probably a bit too far south, but I don't know, maybe, just maybe. I mean, the thing is, I like kebab. I don't think I've ever tried shawarma. Isn't it like kebab with Arabic characteristics? The thing about raiding India, unfortunately, is they're too strong. They buffed the levies significantly in this patch. So basically the Indians just wiped the floor with our regulars when I actually tried to raid them. which is insane. Like they should not be able to do that. Ooh, more slaves. And that's nice. Actually, when your vassals take lands, they transfer occupation to you immediately, so you still get the slaves, which is really nice. And this guy, ooh, more research progress. Yes, please. And a next revolter, but because there's only a single revolter, we'll do it through this, and that will actually give us money on top, which is lovely. Dürüm, same thing. Shawarma, çevirme, yes. It literally means the thing that rotates in Turkish, and everybody else took it from them, basically. Like the Greek euro, for example, literally means something that spins, which is basically döner, which also means it spins in Turkish. And that's how we know that kebab is literally Turkish. He doesn't know bowl, so he can't be Middle Eastern. What's a bowl? Oh, I did a couple colonial playthroughs back in the day. They were fun, but Paradox kind of messed with colonization. So we tried to basically play as a colonial Roman breakaway state, basically. And yeah, things really got bad because of the way that Paradox changed the AI dealing with their colonies. So I just quit that one before ending it properly. And that's basically the only campaign that we've quit before its rightful end so far. Show religion map, please. Yes, Risita Sinho. There we go. We've got a lot of Polishans here, but most of the population is still Sunni, but they are converting, so there is that. Polishanism is the majority in the Delta, but you know, up here in Upper Egypt, there is still a lot of Shiites for some reason, bunch of Sunnis as usual, and of course our usual Miaphysite brothers in faith. And other than that, it's basically more or less the same as the start of the game. A huge Miaphysite blob over here. They even got like this area, which is pretty insane when you think about it. Sunni is spreading quite significantly in Western Africa. What else? Anatolia is becoming Islamified. Constantinople has a decent chunk of Sunni pops, so the Ottomans are probably trying to convert that one. In fact, let's see. Yeah, they've got a lot of cabinet members just integrating land, so probably not converting it, but it is being converted automatically, I guess. Tribe of Lamb can probably die to our vassals. I don't know, would they die to our vassals? Equal chance that they would instead kill our vassals, but do you guys have any fortifications? Just a stockade. And 1.2 million pops. Hell yeah. We are going to Arabia, folks. Buckle up. I'm enjoying this campaign as well. Like, it's probably not a very, let's say, efficient use of my time, because the live stream is basically paying peanuts compared to what I would get from spending all of this time to get one more episode in. But you know, it's fun. It's a chill little stream that we're doing just to keep you guys occupied, and it's fun. Like, building up tall is fun, but it's not exciting, I guess, if it makes any sense. Monopolize land trade routes. What's that one about? Oh, balance the budget. Wait, what? Interesting. So the game considers the government bond that we've issued to be a loan, and it gives us access to balance the budget. What's this one? Close the borders. Worth it? Maybe not. For balance the budget, it has to be worth it. And then we can even like go over here and Open them again. Do we want to keep the borders closed or do we want to keep them open? I mean, it's not like we're going to get any sort of migration, but we already have too much support here anyway, so I might as well do that. And I might as well get another Mamluk. I believe the world conquest record is something like the late 1500s with the Timurids, because of course you get auto-conquer when you're at war. And you can just literally do what I did in my Chinese Empire, the Mongol Empire run, and raise everything to the ground so that your slider expenses are left at a manageable level. Also, 2 more towns here. So world conquest is, I wouldn't say it's hard. Like, it's maybe a bit harder than EU4. It's definitely much easier than it was at the release of EU4. Like, at release, world conquest was tough. But, what was I going to say? Why not? But it's much more tedious to get a world conquest in EU5 compared to EU4, simply because of how many nations there are, and how you don't have access to the same infinite war score cost reduction stacking that you did in EU4. So it's probably not more difficult, but definitely more tedious than EU4. Wait, what? We have an unintegrated location? Why? What? So this event gives us the option to get 20% integration in a location which is already our core? What on earth? Yeah, I guess. Oh, also, can we get... So we can get 50 serfdom, but we can't get 50 quantity, and that is just driving me nuts. Are there really no ways of getting additional quantity here? Let me check. It doesn't show anything. Oh, wait. Mass army. So recruitment law and army doctrine. Ministry of Conscript Logistics. When does this? Let me check when the Ministry of Conscript Logistics actually gets unlocked. Phew, all the way in the Age of Reformation. So if we manage to last till the Age of Reformation, then we might be able to get that OP plant storage system, but other than that, it is so difficult getting 50 quantity push. Yep, it is way longer than EU4 to actually get that. More Mameluks. More soldiers in the population. Let me see. So for that, allotment might actually make sense. Let's see. Well, average army experience pushes it towards quality. Percentage of soldiers pushes it towards quantity. But the unfortunate thing here is, I think you have to have like a pretty high percentage of soldiers for it to actually matter, and for obvious reasons that's not going to be the case here. Gotta be real, you found my channel a week ago and you're absolutely having fun binge watching my videos. Thank you, mate, thank you. I'm glad that you're enjoying the videos as much as I enjoy making them. So keep watching, I guess, and I will see you in the war room. And of course, definitely do not forget to subscribe. We need more masonry. Because we're trying so hard to get to 4K subs right now. Yeah, and when we do get to 4K subs, I'm going to be able to officially say, yo, I'm a dom to 4K subs. Let's see. push serfdom a bit more. So at 50 serfdom, at least we would be halfway there. But we would also need to get 50 quantity as well, but that would be more difficult. We've already got the enforced religion and enforced culture off, so there's that. And let me start annexing these guys because they're like in the middle of the empire, basically. All right, so that looks good. Rather quaint that we can't. Oh, of course, because we have to go through this location here for the for whatever it is. So it might actually make sense further down the line to urbanize maybe a location in the Red Sea coast and build a local governor there by moving one from Akka and keep the one in Antakya maybe. Yeah, we'll just have to rely on some of these events, I guess, in order to push us. Well, it is on a 1.3 beta, but from what I can see, they haven't actually managed to fix that issue because they're still getting like insane mercenary spam. It's not as insane as it was before, but it is in the 1420s, so, you know, there's that as well. I guess further down the line, it would be still pretty bad, but... Oh, crumbs. Oh, there we go. They did fix the Papal States getting annexed by Naples. They did fix Timur just fizzling out. I guess they improved the Ottomans as well because, as you can see, they got a bit more land than they usually do. So overall, I think the balance patch has been quite nice. And they even managed to like reduce the economic spiral just a little, not too much, not so much that it starts becoming an issue, like you can't develop your economy, not to that extent, but they have reduced the rate at which your economy grows, which does slow down the game a little, and at the same time they've managed to improve the performance. So you're still kind of, you know, spending the same real life time, but you're spending more time in game, and that kind of makes the game better in my opinion. Yes, we have converted to Christianity. In fact, we converted to Christianity very early on in this run. We are officially Polishing, and that gives us an additional 200% population cap in Alexandria. So that's why we became Christian. There we go. And if you've pushed quantity as much as we can, you can go back to developing Alexandria. And let's see. So I believe we have managed to convert enough of our population to actually, prevent the Sunni zealots from rising. And that means, first, let me switch this guy over to maybe you. You have pretty decent admin stat. That means we're going to do the good old encourage migration X expel people trick. So I'm using one cabinet member to expel all the population from Cairo, and I'm using another cabinet member to encourage all of them to migrate to Alexandria. And let's see how many people we move in 1 month. 3,800 folks. 3,800 people in a single month. So over 10 years, the population of Alexandria, or rather Pleroma, is going to double. And over the span of the next 30 years, we will actually reach our first population capacity. And of course, I'm going to queue up more irrigations and more granaries here, just so we get more population growth. And then we're also going to build up more masons in literally every single location that we can get, just so we supply more masonry to the market. Although, I mean, I want to keep the market rather large so we get even more migration to Alexandria. But if I were thinking more about market access and actual productivity, I would probably plop down another market down here in Kos, because we do have pretty low market access down here in the Delta right now. I wanted to ask for yeah, there isn't a nation in Australia. There was like this mod which I believe made the Australian natives, not the Australian natives, the American natives playable. But Australia doesn't even have nations as far as I'm aware. So that mod, even that mod, would not actually work if you wanted to play as an Australian tribe. Which is a shame, because playing as an Australian tribe was one of my favorite campaigns back in EU4, at least since Leviathan, so I'm kind of upset that they actually removed that possibility with the patch. And I guess... Cleanse the temple, yes please. Being bribed here is just so good. 500 ducats, I'll go for that. I guess we also want to maybe build the megalopolis now, but maybe, you know, maybe let's build a few more masons, because masonry is definitely going to be in quite high demand eventually, once we have actually built up the city over here. Or rather, once we have built up more granaries, and we want to build more granaries for the additional pop growth, of course. And we got our CB on Ajuran, so let's go threaten war. There we go. And do we still have... no, we do not. I did not think this through, did I? Do I want, like, cogs here, maybe? Probably not. What we probably want to do is... we probably... No. We probably want to prioritize building hulks. Need more raiding, yep. Oh, thank you, mate. Thank you for the sub. Did they ever nerf that Knights event? I believe they did nerf that, because it wasn't the 1.3 patch notes, I believe. If I'm not misremembering, they actually did that. TV World Conquest, oh yeah. Meow. Hello, Lipit3940. Oh, you're the bat. You're the bat. Well, they will eventually make them playable. I mean, I'm like 90% sure about that. But as you guys know, eventually is a fairly long time. Also, I hate it that these ships cost so much to build. But anyways. Asuesh. Oh, it's going to take us like 10 years to actually build them, isn't it? Yeah. We are washed. We are washed, chat. We are so washed. So I guess for now we will still have to rely on mercenaries. But luckily for us, just a single Jesus H. Roosevelt Christ. Oops. Alright, let's wait for a couple more months and then I'll try to like hire some naval mercenaries. And then we'll basically try to use the naval mercenaries to ferry our troops over to Ajuran. Yes, why are we fighting Ajuran? Because we are officially a coalition, as in Christian Egypt, and we want to make Alexandria the largest city in the world, and for that we are trying to raid the Muslims for slaves, because we also have access to slave raiding because our initial capital was in Africa. So that's why we are fighting Ajuran, to get more slaves. Even though we'll only be able to get like 30,000, I guess it's better than just sitting on our asses not doing anything. And also, let me get like you guys. Yeah, there we go. There we go, lads. That should be more than nice. Red Hawk worst nightmare. Ooh, yeah. Well, yeah. I guess building-based tags were like... they decided to add them early on in the development cycle. And then when they realized how underbaked they were, they probably rethought about adding pop-based countries, because I believe that they were quite keen on adding the pop-based countries at some point during the development, but then they kind of backtracked on it, but not quite backtracked on it, because they never promised to do it anyways. Let's see, if we... Would Socotra have enough food? Nah, Socotra wouldn't have enough food to supply us all. Alright. So let's take these guys back home to Al-Aqaba. And let's ferry over the remainder of our troops to wherever this thing is. And then how many levies do we have? Around 10,000. Would we be able to defeat these guys? Maybe. So I'll also get the levies in Upper Egypt. There we go. There we go. And send them to Qusair. So basically we're just going to try and ship everyone using the mercenary cogs that we have hired. Find a way to... Oh, yes. Ah, crumbs. We can become an empire. Ah, I keep forgetting about that. You know what? If that's the case, we should probably just focus on farming prestige. How can we farm prestige though? Like, other than... Or maybe not other than. We can just declare a bunch of wars. And then, you know, just piece everyone out for humiliation. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. So let's try these guys. And maybe the Ethiopian Empire too. They're also allied with Alodia. So we would be able to piece both of them out for humiliation. Can we get slave raiding? This is quite ironic in that we can't actually raid these guys for slaves because they're also Christian, but we can still get a slave raiding CB on them. Which is kind of hilarious if you think about it. Like, I'm going to declare war on you to raid you for slaves, and then I'm not going to raid you for slaves at all. India is too strong. Yes, we can't actually take India's pops, which is rather unfortunate. If only, folks. If only we could take their pops. A new sultan has ascended in Mogadishu. That's interesting. And Mogadishu is probably the capital of Ajuran, so there is that. And also just look at that. Just look at how many people are absolutely cramming into Alexandria. And we do have an acceptable level of pop growth as well, like 0.50% is okay. It's not super duper huge, big chungus level of pop growth, but it's still nice. Maybe get like these. Can we build a lot of stud farms? Yes, let's get at least 4 stud farms here. I love them studs. And maybe like 3 scriptoriums. And then let's see. The RGO builder, we've basically built up all of the profitable RGOs at this point. So I'm going to focus over on building the profitable urban buildings instead. And we're also going to focus on building up our remaining urban centers as well. But the main goal here is to get that megalopolis going in the city of Pleroma, aka Alexandria. So there's that. I don't like using the same overlord color. Like, I like being able to see which vassal has which lands, basically. Coffee or tea? Definitely tea. I don't like coffee. I mean, I do like that sort of, you know, white chocolate mocha kind of very girly girl drinks, which are like sugary hell. And I also like a decent cold brew. But overall, I'm a tea drinker. I'm definitely not a coffee drinker. Ah, yes, the England's Malacca thingy. No. Basically, that's like a bug. Ah, seriously, guys? Seriously, you ran out of food as well? Ugh. This is bad. So, I'm not quite sure why that happens, but for some reason the game thinks England is like Malacca or something like that. So it will keep giving you that event. More stability. That's actually a really neat event, by the way, that you can always get as the Mamluks. Yeah, you know what? Let's also send this navy so we can land with more troops. That makes sense. Seriously, how are we starving to death here? Oh, I also forgot to brought over the auxiliaries. Ah, we are washed. We are so washed, folks. I'm such a bad EU5 player. And that's actually the truth when we're playing on live. For some reason I keep forgetting about very minute details when we're playing live. And then we get weird ass stuff like this. And yep, there we go. There we go, folks. The OPM merc spam is still there. The OPM merc spam is still the meta. Sheesh. I guess these guys are dead. Like, the troops that we land are as good as dead, most likely. I'm still going to land them just for the heck of it, though. And in the future, we should... You know what? Bruh. Best I can do. And in the future, we're definitely going to stay away from raiding anyone except like North Africa. Lam should be okay because we have a land border with them, so I'll still go for that. But overall, we have been like doing really bad in our slave rates so far. Oh, I can also call in Georgia because why not? At least it's not Windows eating up some drive. Yeah. When I drink like those black tea bags, I just keep them in for hours and my data hates that. I don't really drink them from the bag. I don't drink them from anything specifically. I tend to boil my own tea like samovar style. And I find that it makes for better tea usually. The tea bags are just, they don't have nearly enough flavor to make them worth it. Just destroy all markets and spam encourage migration. That might actually work, but we're already getting enough people, let us say, with the encourage migration plus expelling pops thingy, so I guess we should be fine. The main thing that I'm trying to go for right now is to get to 70 prestige, so we can actually get the, what's it called? We can actually get the empire rank. There we go. But I guess other than that, we're like doing okay-ish. And geez, I shouldn't fight this on speed 7. Whenever we fight things on speed 7, bad things happen, as they should. But you know, I'm a restless person, folks. I'm a yapper, and I'm a restless person, and you guys all know that. So usually we fight a lot on speed 7, get our asses handed to us, and then rage quit just for the heck of it. Well, unfortunately not, because our slave rates have been coming along terribly. Like, we got our asses kicked in India. We got our asses kicked more recently in Somalia, and overall, it's just bad. It's like really, really bad. And now I guess we're going to get our asses kicked in Arabia. Oh, seriously, man? I mean, that was bad, but that wasn't like stack wipe bad. So we can't do stack wipes, but the AI can do stack wipes. That makes no sense. Somewhat style of not coffee, tea. And it's a style. It does not have to have anything to do with where I'm from, actually. Raids, raids, raids. Joblocks. What the hell is a joblock, raw? Oh, jeez. Alright, I would like to say that I'm going to lock in, but nah. Nah. This is bad. Like, seriously, Yemen wasn't nearly as bad, and it is supposed to be worse. We are fighting on friendly territory here. We're not fighting in, like, the actual desert parts of Arabia. Oh. Ah, crumbs. What the hell? Who's that? Makuria. Oh, that's nice. At least we're getting, like, something. And the Jarwanids also had to jump right in, didn't they? I feel like an imposter surrounded by tea enjoyers. I mean, of course. We follow the spiffing Brit école of drinks of choice here. No coffee drink is allowed in this channel, unfortunately. Maybe you're fighting the Fremen. No, I'm not fighting. I hate the Fremen. Literally hate the Fremen. Another hint for you guys. I have recently translated a board game, the Dune Uprising board game, to my native language. And translation is part of the freelancer gig that I have going on. So another hint for you. And I'm not Ukrainian. Yeah, well, I don't think. Seriously, man, where are you getting these troops from? Are you hiring mercs? Nope, these are all levies. Did they hire any? No, they're all levies. I have no idea how we got that 15k stack by the way. Like, that should not have happened. That literally should not have happened. The balance is just so off in the current patch. I don't know. I feel like from a balance perspective, this is more balanced compared to our current patch, but it is less fun. Which is kind of unfortunate because making the game more balanced but making it less fun is, I don't know. It's not something that I, let's say, support on a personal level. I'm pretty sure I'm from somewhere in Russia. I'm not from anywhere in Russia. Guys, literally, do I have to spell it out for you? Do I really have to spell it out for you? Not a Arab, Oh, we lost? We lost that one? Seriously? At least it wasn't a stack wipe. But we should not have lost that one. The war room is washed raw, or what the hell is a victory? I'll actually have to hire more levies here. Am I Christian? I'm not Christian. I'm not Christian in real life. In the game, we are very much Christian because, of course, we are playing as the Christian Mamluks. And let's see, what else do we have? Oh, this will give us a tiny little bit of development. This will give us army morale and army tradition. And this will give us top promotion, peasant satisfaction, huge peasant satisfaction, by the way. What should we go for here? Like, is there anything here that pushes us towards quantity? I don't think so. So we'll probably go for naval infrastructure. And wow, that's a lot of nobility. satisfaction that we have there. Yeah. We should really get the rights of the nobility. Do we have the rights of the nobility? Well, we are curtailing the nobility, jeez. And they still have 65%. Oh, because primacy of the nobility plus land rights plus banal lordship, yeah. We need to take away some of their privileges, but it costs just so much bloody stability because we don't have enough, what's it called? We don't have enough communalism. So let's push a bit more communalism. And let's see if there are any more privileges I can give that would push communalism. This one would. So I'll grant that. I guess there was something else for these guys, but apparently not. And there should be something for tribes as well, but I think we've already granted that. I crossed out Poland because he didn't reply to that. I'm not Polish either. Pronounce a word that starts with V, very quick. Verification. Don't tell me he's from Cyber. That would actually have been hilarious. Have you guys seen that meme where the child in the womb is like, oh God, please not Turkey or Greece. Please don't send me to Turkey or Greece. And then he's born. He asks, hello, where am I? And then they tell him, Cyprus. And if I was that baby, I would literally quit life the moment I was born. All right. So let's take this Jaish over to the deserts of Arabia, where of course we are going to get either stack wiped or just die from the infinite attrition scaling. Doesn't sound from... He can't pronounce bowl. He speak bowl. Bowl. Bowl. Yes, the war room does not have a nationality. I am the room itself. Yes, please. Central Asian or Turkish Cyprus. I mean, I'm not forgetting about prestige, but we don't really have a lot of options, let us say. Forgetting a lot of prestige. I guess I'm just going to try and, beat up these guys. And maybe even increase our influence in the area while we're doing that. But really, there isn't much that we can do about prestige, unfortunately. Maybe I can build spy network on Warsangali. Maybe get something on Yas and Oman and also Ormus, probably. Those guys don't have a lot of troops now, do they? Yeah. So probably these three are going to get us like 30 prestige. And another 60 from here, and maybe we might humiliate Lam, depending on how the war goes. So that should give us 70 prestige, actually. And also, who the hell are you guys? Who the hell are you guys? I asked for goons. Not gooners, goons. So you're saying, no. I'm saying, well, it does suck ass living in Cyprus, especially in northern Cyprus. But I'm saying, it's like the meme is this. Please not Turkey or Greece. And then he's born in Cyprus, which is both Turkey and Greece. So that's the meme there, folks. Do I have to really spell it out for you? Because memes aren't fun when you have to... Oh, of course. Of course we are starving to death. In our own lands. Isn't that hilarious? I just love paradox math. Wait, Kalmyk? Kalmyk? Do you really think that a Kalmyk person has ever played EU5? Like, I don't think that's something that has happened in the history of humankind. Although Kalmyks are like really cool. Probably the second coolest ethnicity to be in Europe. After Basque, of course, because they're Basque. Like, they have bragging rights. They can say to everyone else, we were here before you guys. Like, we were here while you guys were just random horse raiders in the steppes. Being pre-Indo-European is just so bloody cool. And being the only remaining pre-Indo-European in Europe basically doubles the coolness. Well, that's the issue. We did have the regulars. The logistics carts are here, but they also got destroyed by the troops of Lam, so yeah, there's that. There we go. And there we go. I think we got this. I think we got this, folks. Also, the game has slowed down noticeably at this point. Like, I'm noticing the lag. It's not noticeable on speed 7, but on speed 6, definitely. Basque's second best culture in CK2. What's the best culture in CK2? And why? Yeah, let's go here so we can pull supply from Medina, maybe? We can't pull supply from Medina. Jesus, where can we pull supply from, though? At least we are getting more slaves. Not nearly enough, but we are getting more slaves. Alright, I think I'm going to, disband half of these guys as well. The other half should be more than enough. More slaves, yes please. More slaves. I want more slaves. Oman and Yas, and let's increase our diplomatic spending a bit more. And then we'll get Ormuz as well, and then we'll reduce the diplomatic spending. In fact, let's reduce it a bit. There we go. Still writing my bachelor's thesis and the deadline is tomorrow. Oh, that's bad for you. I am so sorry for you, mate. What are you writing the thesis on exactly? What's the religion map right now? It's the same as ever. Coalition interspersed with Sunni. Anatolia is getting Islamified. Constantinople is basically the same. I don't think there's any changes here. At least no major changes. But it's a good thing that you reminded the religion map, because we should probably... What Basque is probably, yes. Basque is definitely probably Hoi for streamer when I'm complaining about supply. I mean, it makes a lot of sense that a Hoi 4 streamer would complain about supply because it's Hoi 4, but we really shouldn't be complaining about supply in EU5. Well, that's the thing. We're not actually conquering Arabia. We are not conquering Arabia. I don't actually intend to take a lot of lands here. We're just raiding the land for slaves. And I did not realize that there were so many people living here, because it's literally the middle of the bloody desert. So why would they have 50,000 people living in a bloody town in the middle of the desert? But apparently they are living there. So that's why we are attacking Arabia. Like, I wouldn't actually conquer Arabia if it wasn't for that, because again, this is not like a conquest playthrough. We're just trying to get as many slaves as we can in order to make Alexandria into the largest city ever in the world. And that's basically the whole campaign. Like, that's literally what we're trying to do. Well, yes, as the Mamluks, we can literally just throw human shields. As some other countries, you can't, but, that's just how things are, basically. Alright, so how many men do these... Ah, thank you. So I guess they're probably going to get... What's it called? Unconditionally surrender to us any moment now. So I'm going to make it count, and we're going to try and occupy as much of their country as we can before these right bloody bastards just surrender to us. I mean, Harad, like, they literally have a fantasy realm. Like, Harad is from Lord of the Rings, right? We are not actually fighting Arabians. We are fighting literal men of the East here. And that is just hilarious. But at least we are getting more slaves. And as long as the slavery mill is running, I don't care about anything else, folks. More slaves. Oh, it's 2 a.m. there. That is so unfortunate. Go get some sleep, bro. Like, there we go. Of course. Of course. Of course you would. Oh, I hate this game. I hate the fact that they can just unconditionally surrender. Jeez. Now, I'm not going to force convert them because, yeah. And I'm not going to take any money either. Ideally, I want this to be like a shorter truce, so we can raid them again for slaves in like 10 years. Yeah. Do they have any areas with low pop? Let's see. Something like this. We could take like this. And we probably want to take this because otherwise they're going to be like a fifth column behind the lines. But I'm not. Yeah, you know what? Let's take this because there isn't a lot of people living here anyway. So we would. Oh, there is a lot of people living here though. Whatever. I'm just going to go with the flow here. Whatever sounds nice, folks. And then disband all of our troops. And then we're probably going to create a couple more subjects here. Yeah, maybe this one so we start getting claims automatically. Yeah, that looks okay, I guess. And then we need to get... Oh, there we go. We got the slave raid on Ethiopia and I guess Baklin. So what we can do here is declare war on these guys. And then just fully occupy them and then move south to the Ethiopian Empire and their ally Alodia. Bulgarian Turk. Oh, you guys are getting more and more creative nowadays. How Christian is your kingdom? We are like 1/3 Christian, 31.87%. But that's 2 million people? Because you got a decent chunk of people from slave raiding, actually. And let's see. There we go. Alexandria has crossed the 500k mark. And we're getting a lot of money here, so we are going to found the megalopolis in, let's say, a couple more years, I would say. And let's build up even more granaries here, and we got the machine gun sound too. Lovely. 6k pop-up. Nice. Yes, I agree. 6k pop-up. Paul Atreides war, yes indeed. Except for the except for like the random surrender at the end. And the religion map is kind of hard to see, but we've got a majority Paulician in the coastline. Also, all of Cairo province is majority Paulician. And then in all of these other areas, we have a strong Paulician minorities with a majority Sunni, because we did not get to convert a lot of them, unfortunately. And also, yeah, most of Upper Egypt is just Sunni, Shiite, Miaphysite. We got a small amount of conversion here, mainly because the control is just so shit, but other than that, we're doing pretty fine, I would say. And I can get our boys back home, I guess. Oh, your wallet is suddenly gone. That is so bad. I wish it weren't gone so you could, I don't know, subscribe or become a member or something like that. But if it's gone, there's nothing we can do about it, I guess. Dangerous rocks. Whatever, it's just 13 ducats. No Bengali or dark-skinned Tibetans. What the hell? I'm not... Okay. Technically, there is a chance that I'm from Central Asia, but you have to go way back to actually find the Central Asian component. Like, at least 300 years. But again, technically, or at least that's like family lore, I'm not quite sure if that's like actually a thing. Also, why are we paying money to reinforce when these guys are not going to reinforce? You know what? It's not like we're actually... I mean, it's not like the horsemen here are actually useful. I'm just going to delete them. And we'll just make use of the auxiliaries instead. And that's actually a huge boon to us. Huge, big chunky boon to our economy. Oh yes. Paulicians do reject churches and the Old Testament, and they believe Jesus wasn't physical, but even though they reject churches, for some reason we can still build like temples, and more importantly, we can build cathedrals. Which is not very, thematically accurate now, is it? I was going to build spy network on someone else. Alright, Ormus. And you've got that going on Varsangali, okay. Well, what's that? Tribal confederation with... What the hell, man? Who exactly are they in a confederation with? Are these like... Oh yeah, societies of people. Of course. And then whoever these guys are in Arabia. Alright. I guess it's time that we declare war on you. Let's go on another slave raid. And hopefully this time around, we will actually be able to get the humiliation that we deserve. Because we want to become an empire, and for that we need another crisp 53 prestige and counting. You want to know what nationality I am? Bro is Turkey is just playing with us. I mean, that's literally what I'm telling you guys, but you guys won't accept, so what can I say? The rest is majority Anatolian. Not quite sure. The reason why we picked Paulician is because Alexandria has a very specific holy site, which gives you plus 200% to your local population capacity for some reason. Coptic was goated in 4. Oh yeah, hell yeah, they were goated. But right now they're probably one of the worst Christian denominations. The Catholics are definitely the worst. And yes, that's a huge, chunky, big-ass Timurid empire. What's their control like? Literally non-existent. My boy can't even get local governors, so the Timmies are probably a paper tiger as well, but it's nice seeing them. It's at least they managed to conquer the land, even though they're probably not going to be able to do anything with the land that they conquer. Anyways, let's send our boys down south, folks, and let's try and occupy the lands of Baklin. And I'm just going to let our vassals deal with their cousins in Arabia. As for you, my darling dear, whatever, honestly don't care. Yep, good night, mate. Phoenix, my friend, good night, and sleep tight. And please don't stay up till 2 a.m. watching my streams the next time around, okay? It is not good for your health, mate. 0x, it's not common to see Timmy gulping Persia. I mean, not in the current patch, but I am playing this on the 1.3.2 beta. And in the beta patch, they changed things up around a little, so the Timmies do actually become fairly large. The only issue is, as you just saw, they don't really get a lot of control in the lands that they conquer, but they do conquer their lands, so there's that. You're all wrong. He's my Bosnian drug dealer. Guys, the war room is Martian. That's actually an interesting proposition, raiding the Timmies. They don't have a lot of forts, but I guess the majority of their population lives in northwestern Persia, in Transoxiana, and especially in northwestern India. And I'm fairly confident that we wouldn't be able to get to those areas. The border gore here is just bad. If the Timmies were to like annex Samma, maybe we could have done that, but overall I think with the way that things are currently, they're not worth raiding. But my boys over here in North Africa are definitely worth raiding. And it appears that, at least with Morocco, our truce has run out, so You know what that means, folks? Build spy network. And I'm also going to start getting more and more CBs. Let's say religious war. Let's say on Qatar. And I should have probably taken military access from LAM. That's bad. And also Oman, they have a different flag right now. Ooh. Yeah, I'll have to grab that before we run out of stuff. All right. Well, it's quiet for a sec over here, so let's see. Create CB. Religious war. Is your capital still in Nizwa? Let me see. Or have you guys moved the capital to, I don't know, somewhere? Yeah, it's still in Nizwa. Rather unfortunate. Also, in theory, Oman feels like it would be a nice game, but in practice, I guess they also don't have a lot of flavor, so I don't know. Probably not going to play as them in the near future, even though I definitely would like to. The Turkish nationalists would swarm Floriworry's stream whenever he played Ottomans. Oh, jeez. I guess I should play as the Ottomans sometimes, and we'll see how it goes. But no, I was not one of those Turkish nationalists, because, of course, I am not a Turkish nationalist. Anatolian is like the pre-Hellenized populations of Anatolia, so they range all the way from like Neolithic farmers, Paleolithic, was that West Eurasian hunter-gatherers? I'm not quite sure. I think it's West Eurasian, yeah, but like, and then also Hurrians, Hittites, all of those guys. So basically anyone that was here, up to the end of the Iron Age, basically. Pilgrimage to Alexandria. No, no, no, no. I'm not going to be Chinese. Make me anything, just don't make me Chinese, please. I'm xenophobic, guys, please. I'm robophobic and I'm xenophobic. Anything but Chinese. Slave raiding Umar Sangali because for some reason, oh, they're also my Aphesite. Right, that makes sense. It's nice to be the Venice of Persia for Ormus, I'm guessing. Yes, it is. It's quite fun. There we go. And let's send you guys over here. So, ooh, the Royal Mamluks. Plus 10 army tradition. Why not? Alright. So with these guys, I guess we're actually going to make them like a fiefdom. Humiliate them. I'll probably feed these guys to Medina. Oh, wait. We have to humiliate them. So I'll only be able to take like one location from them. Yeah. Ah, that's bad. Hold up. Mill access, food access, war reps. Just cramming everything that we can, basically. And then these guys. I guess I'm going to make them. Well, why can't I make them a fiefdom? I can't make them a vassal. Wow. Oh, of course, we're using the slave raid CB. We are not using the religious war CB because these guys are... Wait, these guys are Sunni? Why didn't I create a religious war CB on them? That makes no sense. Sheesh. Anyways, I guess what we're going to do here is mill access, full access, humiliate them, and anything else? Probably not. And then I guess we're going to feed that a single location over here to Medina. Guys, I swear he is from the Mongol steppe. Oh, you just think that because I did that throat singing. at the end of the Mongol Empire formation video. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Religious war, yes, please. I mean, if you think about it, EU4 has like 5 times the tags of EU4. EU5 actually has like 5 times the tags of EU4. So if 80% of the tags are not worth playing, that means both games have pretty much the same number of tags that are worth playing. Xenophobic, but well, how am I supposed to rate China when we don't even know what China is? And also, map spread is actually working. We're actually getting maps of India here, which is nice. Finally we're getting something out of this. I'm not very good at throat singing. I can throat sing, but not in a very good manner, let's say. And of course they cancel the food access. Alright, so we need like 5 more humiliations against random people here in order to become an empire rank. And yeah, that we need 70 prestige, because you're also going to suffer a bit of prestige decay here. So 5 more humiliations. I guess we can get 4 over here in Arabia, plus Warsangali, so that should give us 5. And that should be more than enough to actually become an empire. Oh yeah. The majority of Turkish people's descent is indeed from Anatolia. You know, it's quite hilarious, because the word kebab, when you think about the word kebab, it is as Turkish as anything can get, right? Like, literally people say remove kebab when referring to Turks. But the word kebab is actually of Akkadian origin. It comes from the word gababu or kababu that was used in the Assyrian Empire to literally refer to a chunk of meat that was slowly cooked over an open fire. And that's basically the same word that has survived 4,000 years of history to become the kebab that we all know and love to eat today. And it is a loan word in Turkish, which comes from Assyrian. And also, we should not have spent that much on diplomacy. Jesus H. Roosevelt Christ. And that's kind of like the part of Anatolian culture that I really like, because there's so much that is actually a holdover from even pre-Hellenic times, all the way out from the civilizations of ancient Mesopotamia, that it's just nice. And we got 2 majority coalition vassals here, so I'll make one of them Egyptian as well. Bro, you watch him Table of Gods. Oh, hell yeah, Table of Gods is amazing. But I did not learn this fact from the Table of Gods. I was kind of into ancient history back in the day. I even got like a class on reading Middle Egyptian and Egyptian hieroglyphs. So I was quite interested in that kind of stuff, even before I discovered Table of Gods. There was significant intermarriage, yeah. I mean, that's basically how it works in pretty much every scenario where a nomadic faction just takes over a sedentary land, or if we go even further back, that's basically how agriculture spread to Europe. Like, there's this genetic components, the genetic components of Mesolithic and Paleolithic hunter-gatherers across all of Europe and all of Eurasia basically are separate from the genetic components of the Neolithic farmers, which started spreading out from the Levant. Like, the Natufian culture, I believe, was the first proper sedentary farming culture, and we can actually see how their DNA differs from the genetic component of the hunter-gatherer societies. So the farmers replaced the hunter-gatherers, but there was intermarriage. Like the Cheddar Man, for example, he was a bloke from the northeast of England, and he was 6,000, 8,000 years old, and they figured out, when checking his genetics, that literally his 1000th generation descendant is still living in the same area. There is so much intermarriage that even though the people of the Cheddar Man, the hunter-gatherers, got replaced by the Levantine or Anatolian farmers, who in turn got replaced by other peoples, and then they got replaced by the Celts, and then, you know, the Anglo-Saxons, and then the Normans, and all of that stuff. So over 8,000 years, there were like 10 population shifts, but each time the newcomers intermarried with the people who were already in the area. And each time the old people left a bit of their genetic ancestry in the newcomers. And that is how the Cheddar Man, a literal skeleton from thousands of years ago, still has living descendants frequenting the local pub in northern England today. And that's just amazing. I mean, the more that you learn stuff about archaeogenetics, the more you understand how utterly ridiculous ethnic nationalism is. Because, you know, yes, my ancestors were here 8,000 years ago, but at the same time, my ancestors also arrived from the steppes like 600 years ago. And at the same time, other ancestors arrived from a different part of the steppe 2,000 years ago. So it literally doesn't make sense. There is no such thing as a race in the way that we commonly understand race to be. So it's just mind-boggling, really. But of course, this is a paradox game, so we're going to get all sorts of racist, ethno-fascist cuckoos here, I guess. Cheddarman's superpowers spawning a cheddar at will, yes. Well, the overall religion map is always the same, folks. Like, we get more and more checker marks for coalitions, but other than that, it's literally the same. And I'm fairly confident that it's not going to change until the end of the game. Because if you look over here, we're getting 8 people converting to coalitionism a month, and this location has 78,000 people. So it's going to take us 10,000 months, which is like 1,000 years, 800 years. So the end of the game to actually make any difference. Do I cry at or celebrate the Battle of Manzikert? Neither. I mean, it was a battle. It happened. Basically, that's where I stand over there. We are the result of all of them breeding like crazy. Amen to that, bro. And yes, there are Coptic people living in Egypt. So there's a fairly sizable Coptic minority. I've actually assimilated a decent chunk of them, but they begin the game at like 10-12%, and we still have 12%. But most of them here are actually slaves that converted or got lumped together with actual Copts. So this is not actual Copts themselves, all of these. Oh, hello, AK mate. I'm not conquering Ethiopia yet, but we are going to declare war on them. We are not actually going to conquer them. We just want to get a humiliation on them, so we can get to 70 prestige, so we can become an empire. And for that, we're actually going to have to, let's say, wait for a bit longer. And also, let's get that religious war CB. I'll go for Sevilla this time because it was pretty easy taking and holding Sevilla. So let's go for that. And we will also raid Morocco for slaves again. And we got nearly 7 million, which is, I guess, pretty okay. So we're going to wait for another 9 months here. And then we're going to declare a bunch of wars at once. With basically the idea of occupying all of their lands with a single round of raised levies. Izmir Turk? Nope, I'm not from Izmir. And in fact, I don't like Izmir. It always felt like a knockoff version of Istanbul to me. The Alexandria thing doesn't... Yes, that is literally what I'm saying. Like, there's literally no reason why the Miaphysite holy site does not get the additional population capacity, but then the Bogomil and Paulician holy site gets it, even though... I mean, who on earth is going to play as the Bogomils or the Paulicians except for me? Because, of course, it's literally the cornerstone of the entire strategy here. Be biased, choose a side. If I were to choose a side, I don't know. I probably wouldn't. Oh yes. Throwing around random bonuses until someone finds out how to break them is a PDX classic. I just agree with that. Definitely agree with that. Oh yes, I'm not from Tokat either. It is super cool to play as Copts, and they do speak like the only remaining form of ancient Egyptian. And their language is also isolated, so it's in a whole new family of their own as well, which is kind of cool. Not just, oh wait, it is time for Megalopolis because we have finally accumulated enough money to do that, and you guys know what that's going to be. The Megalopolis is going to be built, but of course for that. Oh, nope, nope, nope, nope, nope, nope. I'll actually let them build the Spinners Guild, but not the Tanners Guild here. Come on. It's going to take 5 years, folks. 5 years. Strap in for the long run. In 5 years, we are finally going to get the bloody megalopolis, and already we have 630,000 people living here. That's more than 10% of our entire population. And unfortunately for us, because we have so many unemployed peasants, that's giving us nearly -1 migration attraction. So we are not nearly getting enough people to come here. Now let's see. I think I'm going to move it to Takahliya just for a change. Let's see how that changes. There we go. I'm not quite sure why this is the case, but for some reason the expelling pops action reduces in the number of pops that you can expel over time. So it's nice to just, cycle it around your country every once in a while. And also we got nearly enough communalism. Alright, there we go. It is time, folks. So we are going to declare our slew of wars. Let us start with Ethiopia. Do I want to make... why the hell not? And then let's see who we're going for next. Warsangali, yes please. Slave raiding. These guys, the minor tribe of Otaiba, yes. And then I'm going to do a pro gamer move. I'm going to the nobility and request noble envoys for just 15% satisfaction. Also, I might as well get like emergency taxation here. Do we also want to get, yes, we probably want to get the appeal to the commoners as well. Maybe even, yeah, we're still getting peanuts from this for some reason. Let's go over here. And with these 5 additional diplomats that we got, I'm going to threaten war against Yas. I'm going to threaten war against Oman. I'm going to, yes, threaten war against Ormuz because I don't want Timurids to get involved. And who else? We can't, we don't need to get Lam. And then, of course, das ist die Zeit für totalen Krieg. It is time for total war, folks. What is the religion map outside Egypt? Something like this, mate. It's basically the same except for huge Miaphysite blob down here. You should do like a run where you make all of India megalopolises. Oh, Jesus. Expand Alexandria. Yes, I'm going to expand Alexandria, folks. Let's see. Before we actually begin the game, no, the Greeks did not invent baklava. I mean, it's I'm not even going to argue with that. I'm not saying the Turks invented it either. It's more like a common culture thing. Like, you guys, were you guys here when I was talking about how kebab is a word that comes from Assyrian, like 4,000 years ago? That's basically the case with the entire culinary, let's say, heritage of the Near East. And by the Near East, I mean Anatolia, the Balkans, Western Persia, Mesopotamia, all of that region, the Levant. Like, it's literally the same heritage that goes all the way back to the times of ancient Mesopotamia. Also, expand gravel road network. Or we gotta go for promote state religion here, folks. Don't mind if I do. Request additional taxes because hell yeah. Oh, I should not have requested additional taxes. Oh, we will not be able to promote state religion now. Ah, that is so bad. Fingers crossed that we actually get that we actually get the good event here. Otherwise, we are toast. Do we have? We do have some auxiliaries. There we go. And we only need like 8k anyways. So let's start one by one. One by one, folks. Wait, what? Why did these guys? Oh, they added this country to their tribal confederation. That's quite alright. So now we will be able to raid these guys again and get an additional 2 humiliations out of them, which is nice, nice, nice, nice. Whichever this food belongs to, it has flavor, so it's good. Yes. There we go. We can go back to developing Alexandria now. And also I'm going to buy up our stability because we really want to get rid of some of these noble privileges very soon. Just push the tradition button. I mean, yes, but it would also move us away from being 99% innovative, which I ideally, I don't want to do that. Also, let me disband some of these levies because we're literally starving to death now. Ah, sheesh. They're still starving to death. Yay. Yay. Like in a Fluttershy voice. No auxiliaries. Yikes. Yeah, this is going to be a tough run, folks. This is going to be a tough run. Let's send these guys over here. And do I want to go for the east of Arabia now? Varsangali. Yes, yes, Varsangali. How many men do these guys have? Just 1.2k? Ah, that's nothing. Also, Ifat did not join for some reason. Even though Varsangali is a tributary of Ifat. That is very interesting. How did we manage to, like, bypass them? Also, I should probably spend some of these diplomats. Let's say, improving opinion with our vassals. There we go. That should be more than enough. And let's take these guys. Jesus. This is bad. You know what? I think I'm actually going to, like, send them through the land route to Alodia. Yep. The spy. Good night, mate. It is almost midnight for you, yeah. You're in, if it's midnight, that would be Eastern Europe, right? But anyways, good night. Don't stay up too much on my account. And that goes for all of you folks. Get your sleeps. Go get EP. And if any of you guys are going to leave to sleep, in that case, I will see you all once again in the war room. Anyways, let's see what else we got here. We could send these guys over there. Ooh, that's nice. So that should basically be it for Varsangali. And since we're sending these guys through the land route, I'm going to take our ships. And we're going to get these guys over to the east of Arabia by ship. And we'll try to deal with Oman first, simply because they have the most troops, and then the rest we'll see about. Let's go for this as well. I will not go to sleep before you delete all slave markets but one in Alexandria. I mean, in that case, we're not going to delete any slave market at all. Also, we got almost enough population here that we are only going to lose like a couple levels of our geo when the megalopolis has been built. There we go. That is nice. More slaves. Yes, please. Give me more slaves. Give me more slaves, folks. I want more slaves. Le plus d'esclaves. What is your time? Haha, nice try. Nice try, mates. but you're not going to learn. Alright. Time to raid Oman, I guess. And there we go. So far so good. We have enough food and we do have some auxiliaries. Raid, raid, raid. I concur with you, but we're not actually raiding Varsangali for the simple reason that they are also Christians. So we're not actually getting any slaves from them. But we will be getting a lot of slaves from Oman. And in fact, there we go. I'll leave these guys behind. So they'll actually get that. And send the rest maybe over here to Hormuz. Okay, this is probably a bad idea, but oh, interesting. Oh, they only have 900 troops and more slaves, yes. Oh, Muscat is actually... Okay, this area is actually acceptably populated, not like super duper populated, but it's better than nothing, I guess. East Turkish in Germany. No, I'm not. I did go to Germany like once. It was fine, but I don't really like the Germans as a people there. Way too bent up on rules and regulations and like order. Whereas you guys know me, I'm a bit of an anarchist, so definitely not my type of place to live. Alright, so the Arabian campaign is coming along splendidly. Our guys are in over here in Dongola, so I'll send them as well, and let's divide them up so that they do not suffer from being over frontage, because that gives you a lot of penalties to your movement speed. More slaves, yes. Raid, raid, raid. More slaves. Is it time? Is it time for the Mountain Blade Warband reference here, folks? That's a nice head you have on your shoulders. I think it was time for the Mountain Blade Warband reference. Now that is a proper war, yes. Do you think Sword should have... Oh, yes, yes. I'm like 90% confident that at some point Paradox is going to add proper supply mechanics for sieges instead of whatever abomination we have that's like a holdover from EU5 right now. But then people are going to hate it because it's going to be so much micro, just keeping all of your forts supplied when they do actually add the proper supply mechanics to sieges. But you know, it will be fun while it lasts. And there we go. We're starting to get the unconditional surrenders here. So let's try. Ooh, the attrition here is just atrocious. Pun totally intended, by the way. You would love to live in a Latin country then. Depends on the Latin country. I mean, I most certainly did consider just picking everything up and moving to Uruguay at some point, but then my friends told me, you're gay if you move to Uruguay. So yeah, I quit that. I basically gave up on that idea. Yes, Yas has also unconditionally surrendered. So that's one more unconditional surrender that we got. And you guys are going to Kosa another unconditional surrender. Lovely. And there we go. That is lovely. We got some prisoners as well. So let me divide these guys up in two. And let's try to occupy more land. So Alodia is also Christian, so we will not be able to get any slaves. But I'm mainly trying to just build up some war score here so we can separate peace them. Nice. More stability is always good to have. In fact, we can probably separate peace them right now. There we go. So humiliate them. Yeah, unfortunately we are using the slave rate CV because we can't do a religious war with them. Maybe dismantle forts just in case. And most importantly, I'm not going to forget about this time. Food access and military access. Yeah. So that should be nice. There we go. And then let's send these guys over to start sieging Ethiopia. And yes, thank you so much. So this, you guys see this? This is like, this shows you the mountains that you can't move into because of winter. It's a new UI addition in patch 1.3.2, and it is probably my second most favorite UI addition. I forgot what the favorite one was, but I also mentioned it during the stream today. Able Rock. God, I love the Donbass. Oh yeah, the art names really are quite hilarious. I mean, meaningless, but hilarious. You get positive and negative Sunni events. I'm not sure if you get like the Sunni events. Oh, that's bad. But we are on a mountain, so let's see how this actually goes. We might actually win this one. Ah, we lost. But it was close. It was close enough for it to be worth it, I would say. Alright. At this point, I believe that we can actually like piece out some of these guys. Can we get 5 separate pieces? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can't get 5. So I'm going to wait for maybe a couple more months. Just until we can get Baklin as well. Oh wait, we can get 5. Yes, we can. We can definitely get 5. So, in fact, we can actually get 5 here. So let's humiliate these guys. Maybe dismantle their forts. Well, we can't dismantle their forts if we take full money. But we can do it like this. But that's what we're going to do. And then let me try something. Does military access work for... Military access does not work for clearing the black flag. Alright, that's nice to know. And then, it looks like we're finally going to become an empire here, folks. So let's just take all of their lands minus this single location. And that should allow us to humiliate them. Whatever. There we go. And then over here, Hormuz, let's do a humiliation. Exemption from sound tolls, that sounds nice. Sounds nice, haha. Pun totally intended. I did humiliate them, right? Oh yeah, I did humiliate them. So let's go for these. War apps, why the hell not? Or maybe not. We probably don't need any of these. I'm just going to... Oh, also, this is following through on threat, so we can nearly fully annex them and like release a vassal here. So of course I'll go for that. And for Yas, we are basically going to do the same. As long as we are getting the humiliation, anything else on top is basically a bonus. There we go. You should get a baseline amount of antagonism. Yes, that's already a thing with Rome. But it's not like a baseline antagonism. It's an antagonism that just keeps growing and growing, basically. Which is bad. But anyways. War Sangali. Why can't... Oh, because we're slave raiding them. We're not. This is not a religious war. This is not a love song, folks. This is not a love song. And maybe if we like wanted to do this with Ifat. Alright. So this should... Oh, crumbs. Why are we getting... We are not getting 10 prestige each? Oh, are you bloody kidding me? We're not going to have 70 prestige. Seriously, man? I thought we were getting like 10 prestige each. Bruh. Is there a way to get prestige quickly in this game? Because if this is the case, we're like toast. Oh, here's what we can do. Here's what we can do. But we'll have to like defeat Ethiopia for that first. Also, I think not. Nah. Seriously, is there nothing that we can do for prestige? So did I, Lena, so did I. But it doesn't look like we're going to become an empire just yet. When is the parliament? Because we got 37 months to parliament as well. Ah, jeez. How much prestige would it give us to humiliate Ethiopia? Not enough. Well, it could be enough, but it's not going to be enough in like 2 months. Can we get like, if we manage to win this siege in like 2 months, we should be able to get it. Oh, this is so bad. This is literally so bad. I feel like we're going to get stack wiped here. Yeah. Yeah, so there's literally no way for us to actually get the prestige from Ethiopia now. Oh, Jesus. Ah, this is too bad. Well, folks, at least we tried. Yes, that was so fun. Like scornful insult. Scornful insult for like, what was it? 10 prestige, 10 something, I don't know. Oh, what we can do is, hold up. So we basically have, I'm just going to like, Jesus, what we can't. I'm going to ignore Ethiopia for now. And we're essentially going to try and destroy Morocco. Why the hell are you guys here? Okay. So this will bring in Zab, and by, humiliating these two, we just might be able to get enough prestige. But it's going to be a close call. Like a really, really close call. Wait. Oh, it's not in naval range? That is so interesting. Right, I'm actually going to play this on speed 6. Raise all of our levies, and basically we're just going to try and occupy just enough land so we can humiliate Morocco and maybe humiliate Zab. But it's going to be such a close call, yeah. Unfortunately, we can't canonize as Polish, and I thought about that too, but yeah. What's my favorite musician? Oh, yes, we got... Oh, not even 7 mil. 7.2545 mil, that's a lot. But that includes the areas in Arabia that we have taken that we haven't spun off to vassals just yet. So it's going to go down by like 300k and will be below 7 mil. Orthodoxy really is strong. I still think that they're like an A-tier religion in the current version of the game. Guys, this is so bad. This is so bad. We are literally racing against time here. And it is hilarious that the race that we're doing here is the race to humiliate bloody Zab. We are racing against time to occupy enough of these guys' lands so we can humiliate them, and that is just atrocious. This shouldn't be like a thing. Oh, bloody hell. Let's send you guys out. Let's send you guys out too. There we go. So that's 15k. We might be able to get something. Do we have that food access remaining? Now we don't have food access remaining with Tunis. Oh, this is so bad. Pay for culture. Well, first of all, what culture? Egyptian culture is a bit of an oxymoron, wouldn't you think? Haha. And second of all, even if we paid fully for culture, that still like wouldn't work. I wish I could arrange a royal marriage, but being literally the only Polish country in the entire game is also quite bad. Also, I'm not sure, but... Oh, there we go. There we go. So that's what we're going to do, folks. We're going to force convert Zab to Polish-ism for a crisp 10 additional prestige. So that actually makes a lot of sense. You get a huge amount of prestige for force converting someone else. Make sure the other naval raiders are also Norse. Are you talking like from a what's it called? From a min-maxing perspective, or are you talking from a thematic perspective? Like, would it actually benefit me to make the other naval raiders Norse, or would it simply be cooler? What do you think? Change some laws to get prestige and take all prestige. Rexus, welcome aboard, mate. I guess you're new to the stream. Coalitionism gives you plus 200% due to this holy site that you have here. And the only way of getting this is through Bogomils and Coalitionism. And through this, we were able to get a 700k population in the city of Alexandria. And now we have a population cap of 1.5 million, which is going to increase by another million as soon as the megalopolis there is complete. So basically, it gives us a ridiculous amount of population cap. All right, let's try this. Pretty sure we're going to get stack wiped, but we'll have to give it a try, right? There we go. And we'll also send these guys here. We got Dzazayir Tamanik. So let's try here. Maybe the Moroccans might ignore us if we do that. Oh, raise army levies. They haven't even managed to raise their army levies. How quaint. Alright, let's get these guys, go back. You guys try to take Sevilla so we can also take more slaves here. We just drew against Belgium in the World Cup. Who are you? Who are we? Not really. I mean, it is a Reformation religion, Politionism, so you get these nice aspects. It has this unique Gnosticism aspect for additional monthly prosperity, which comes in handy. But overall, it's not like a A-tier, S-tier religion. It's not a good religion. But it gives you that additional pop cap, and since literally the only reason why we are playing this run is to stack as many people as we can into Alexandria, I chose to go Polish. That's like the whole theme of this run, basically. Building up the greatest city the world has ever seen in Alexandria. Alright, let's see. Almasila. So we're going to wait until our morale has recovered a bit. And then we're going to try and occupy the remaining lands of Zab. Hopefully, fingers crossed, Hail Satan, all of that jazz, we will be able to get Zab to piece us out. Jeez. How many troops was that? Did you guys see? Just 743? How did they manage to... This is bad. There we go. That's a victory. And hopefully they don't have any other troops out there. Alright. So probably they got their troops over there, and probably they're headed east. And we'll try to fight the forces of Zab in Biskira. I'm guessing their armies are here, and there's a decent chance that they will actually, you know, wipe us, because they probably have... Oh, their armies aren't here. That's quite interesting. If that's the case, where are the armies of Zab? Did they like try to go over here? And our armies are marching south against Ethiopia, so there's that. You guys should go all the way over here. You guys should go all the way over here. There we go. Just look at that. Huge numbers of slaves there, folks. No. Okay, the game is just broken when it comes to picking troops that you've like newly separated, but yeah. Yes, the population over here is much higher than you would actually expect. Like, these Berbers, these North Africans are cooking something, man. I don't know what. Bumfuck nowhere else has more slaves than Morocco, yeah. Oh yeah. Are you making this into a YouTube series? I'm not quite sure. Like, we'll probably leave it as a live stream series, but we'll see about it. I mean, right now I'm kind of rushed with all of the Sweden and also Mongol Empire runs going simultaneously, and we are also going to start playing a brand new game just tomorrow, most likely, or maybe the day after, depending on the scheduling. So there is that. And I guess this is good enough for you guys. Like, I'm still giving you guys a live stream series that you can watch around. Just fun. Alright, we still have military access through Tunis, so I'm going to cheese things out by using that. And more slaves, yes please. Just one more slave raid, bro. I swear, just one more slave raid. Yeah, we got wiped somewhere. Don't even know where. So if we can get this location before the Moroccans arrive, we basically win. Come on. Looks like we're going to get it, folks. There we go. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. Come on. Humiliate, force convert, all of that stuff. Maybe not war reps. Maybe this. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, folks. We got 74 prestige, and you guys know what that means. We are going to become the Egyptian Empire. Another rival slot. Let's take Morocco because of course. And there we go. Fourth cabinet slot unlocked. Finally. Finally, yes, please. So what do we do with this guy? What do we do with this guy? I guess we convert. Maybe in Kus, but Kus has probably rather low of, you know what it is. Sharkia. So probably convert Sharkia as well. Yes, Lena, so am I. I'm also really happy, mate. I was I was quite convinced that, you know, it was all over, that we were never going to make it. But it looks like we actually bloody made it. And now we can just raid Morocco for slaves at our own pace, basically. There we go. So you guys go over here, and we're going to use the good old hit them where they don't expect, and then come back around and take all over their lands tactic. And we should even be able to take the fortified city of Fez, which has 90,000 pops, so that's going to be 9k slaves for us. Seriously? Light cavalry, of course. Not a stack wipe, though. Seriously, man. I think I'm just annexing T, because all of the other vassals are just too far away for us to actually get any proximity on them. Maybe Almira, maybe Al Fadl, but oh, Kilis definitely. We definitely need to annex Kilis though. But right now, annexing vassals is really not our first priority. Alright, so let's send these guys over there. What? Wait, what? We had food. We had food before we separated the armies. Jeez. This game, man. This game. This bloody game. Convert more distant land, obviously. I saw the post and it said up into the skies. Kerbal? Stellaris? Stellaris? Stellaris. Now let's deal with these guys first. There we go. One more day. And then, yeah, that was a bad idea. We shattered, retreated, and literally got wrecked immediately. Yeah, kinda bad. Kinda bad. You know what they say, folks? The war room is washed. You said kebab word came from Assyrians. That's true, but hmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense that the recipe is Turkish. You should not makuria because same ring to it as dry water. I mean, well, it's basically like Christian Ottomans. You expect it to be Muslim because like the whole thing about the Mamluks were that they were slave soldiers, but also they were Muslim. And also, did Makuria cancel the? Jesus, Age Roosevelt Christ. I guess we're washed, folks. And all treaties with Georgia, maybe. War ups, maybe. What do they want? They just want a bunch of money. Whatever. Whatever you want, Ethiopia, as long as. Yeah, whatever. And I guess we're also going to disband these guys. We already lost way too many men for a campaign that at the end of the day we didn't even have to do, so I'm kinda sort of pissed right now. This is just bad. Yeah, more Halkas coming back north. Alright, and the megalopolis will be done in 3 years. Anyways, right now we're going to focus entirely on Morocco, and we'll try to basically do what we did in the earlier wars against them. In that we'll just, try to occupy their lands and get them to chase after us. A really nice bit of additional enslavement going on there. Send these guys up there. Nomadic heritage cold to you, yeah. The war room's ethnicity isn't real, it can't hurt you. I mean, it's kinda hilarious because even if you guys get the nationality right, which you got the nationality right, I'm just messing with you. You're never going to get the ethnicity right because it is such an obscure ethnicity that most people aren't even aware that it exists. But the funny thing is, it actually is. It actually exists in EU5, and that's literally how much attention to detail the devs have paid. That they actually managed to add an ethnicity, which a lot of people, even in my home country, just ignore or aren't even aware that it exists. Anyways, let's send these guys all the way over here. Oh, we also got the coastal forts. Lovely. Is there anything beatable in India now? Well, the thing is, we are strong, but... Oh. A new emperor. Lovely. Except he has crap stats, but, what can you do sometimes? The issue is, we are strong, but our strength is in levies. And unfortunately, it's rather difficult, let us say, moving all of our levies to India, which was the case all along. So that's why I was trying to use regulars and mercs in trying to take India. But anyways, we might not end up needing any of the additional slaves from there, by the way. Like, if we manage to enslave the North Africans on a regular basis, that, along with our regular population growth, might just be enough to get us across the finish line, let's say, because we're already, like, sending max, expelling max pops, basically. Also, don't go to sleep, mate. Like, go to sleep if you want to, but don't go to sleep. I think we're actually going to destroy all of the slave thingies here. There we go. Damietta, Al-Mansura, Kus, Syut. So as you said, all of our slaves should now go to Alexandria. There we go. Armenian is not obscure, definitely. Like, yeah, definitely. Ossetian is a good guess, actually. It's crumbs. It's a much better guess than I would have expected, but yeah. I'm not originally from the Caucasus. I'm not from a Caucasian ethnicity. And let me tell you, those guys are like hardcore. I could never. I could never. On the other hand, I would never. There's also that. Also, this is just going way too quickly. Fingers crossed that those guys don't hit us. Let's send to Lagwat, and let's send you to Cherchal. Not quite sure. Yes, there we go. So we got that one as well. Let's go across the Antatlas Mountains and... Ooh, what's that? What? Oh, those twats. Ah, I'm not Laz. I mean, people... Okay, people don't know what Laz is, but... well, at least most people don't know, but I'm not Laz. How many pops does Mamluk start with? A lot. I think something like 5-6 million. Let's check. So they begin the game with 6.5 million, which goes down to 5.9 million with this initial smallpox epidemic, and then further back down to something like 4.9 million after the Black Death. So right now we have basically recovered to the pre-Black Death levels, and it only took us 100 years. Amazing. Really, truly amazing. Also, so many slaves. So many slaves, folks. Gosh, I just love slave raiding. Literally the best way of playing EU5, and it's not even a competition. Let's send these guys over here and cut them in half. Half over here, half over here. Lovely. And let's send these guys to Azemur. Chechen. I guess people do know what Chechens are. What's the longest campaign I've done? So if you're new to the channel, definitely check out either the Korea bloody hell. Either the Korea campaign or the Trebizond to Roman Empire campaign, because in both of them, I played literally to the end date of the game. And in the Roman Empire campaign, we basically got full Roman Empire boundaries, starting from the 2-province minor Trebizond. And in the Korea campaign, we did a lot of wacky stuff. And we ended up literally researching every single technology that is available in the game. Oh yes, I said I'm not from the Caucasus. Also Kurdish. Guys, please. People know that Kurds exist. I'm literally telling you that most people have never heard of my ethnicity outside of my home country. And even in my home country, there's a lot of confusion saying, well, aren't you guys just X, X being the name of another, which is kind of closely related ethnicity, let us say. There we go. And yes, we have literally managed to occupy the Moroccan capital. And they couldn't even do anything against us. This is insane. This is how this game was meant to be played. Literally the most fun that I've had ever playing EU5. North or south of the Caucasus? Ah, you guys actually, wow, I'm kind of surprised. You'll just ignore. I don't want to go for quality, unfortunately. Tuareg, yeah, that would be fun. How can I improve economy at 1470, 1550? Are you talking about like the, what's it called? 1.2.5? Are you talking about the official patch, or are you talking about the beta? Because the way that things work are slightly different. But I guess the one thing that applies to basically all playthroughs is build your RGOs. RGOs are really good. They're basically pure money makers because they literally print money out of thin air. And then once you have built all of your RGOs that come down to, let me show you. So you build them and you sort them by the amount of income per level and build them up to, if you're playing on the official patch, if you're playing on 1.2.5, build them up to 0.10 profits per month. If you're playing on the beta, build them up to 0.20 profits per month. And then you would also build up all of your urban manufactories, again, probably up to 0.15 or something like that. So something like this usually goes nice. And then after you run out of literally every single profitable building, what you want to do is you want to create more demand. And the best way of doing that, at least in the early to early mid game, is to simply build up more universities, because the universities are going to consume decent amounts of paper, books, and glass. And what you're going to do is you're going to build scriptoriums, paper makers guilds, and also glass guilds. And the universities themselves will give you a bunch of bonuses such as institution growth, migration attraction, pop promotion, and especially cultural influence. And these will have additional benefits to you down the line. And by creating that sort of demand, you basically build up your demand, which is in turn going to allow you to build more productive urban buildings, which in turn is just going to boost your wealth and boost your tax income and economic base. That's how it goes. Alternatively, just literally enslave everyone, which also works quite well, as I'm demonstrating to you guys right now in this run, and more importantly in the run with Sweden that we're doing. There we go. Yakın dersim sayılır ya, dersim sayılır. Oh. Yeah, that was bad. That was bad. We got stack wiped again. You know, it feels like we can take the far west and we can take the far east, but we can't really take this particular area around Vahran and Tilimsana. And just look at that. This is like the second most populated area in Morocco after this area. The war room might be Talish, Meshketian Turks, Ahiska. That's interesting. You guys actually, you guys are literally throwing every single ethnicity and hoping that one of them sticks, don't you? Which is kind of hilarious if you think about it. But anyways, so many slaves, just so many slaves. We're above 7 million again, but we did lose a lot of people due to the stack wipes. Kind of bad, but nothing that you can really do about that. I'm just enjoying myself here. Oh, we got so many slaves that I think the commoners went back to being Sunni. Literally amazing. Amazing stuff. And in just 2 more years, the megalopolis will be complete. So we're going to get something from there as well. And it looks like... It looks like the Moroccan armies are headed west again. So we might actually be able to siege down Wehran. I am Burjigin Mongol. Oh, yeah, that's... Okay, so someone actually got it down to literally the province, which is, well, I mean, hats off to you, mate. Hats off to you. And Tingol Alve, I think you're also a Lord of the Rings fan. Really cool stuff, mate. There we go. No, I just tried to Google for some low-known cultures that has accent like Turkish. That is hilarious. And liturgical language. Liturgical language. That's an interesting question. What would be the war room's liturgical language? Honestly, I'm not quite sure. Something ancient. Maybe ancient Egyptian? That might be it. But basically, anything goes. Let's say that I have... wait, what? Why is our liturgical language Church Slavonic? Wait, what? Oh my god, we actually have Church Slavonic liturgical language because we are Polish. Jeez. Well, you guys know what that means. Lol. There we go. There we go. We are doing pretty well, if I do say so myself. So, assuming that these guys don't hit us in Tlemcen, we should be able to get slaves from everywhere. Hittite, that might be interesting. I mean, the thing with the liturgical language is my personal beliefs actually change a lot depending on, let's say, my mood or how I'm feeling in that time. I'm not a believer in the specific organized religion, let us say. We already have enough cultural influence. More commoner satisfaction should be good. I'm not a believer in any organized religion, so I tend to identify as a pantheist. But I do edge closer towards paganism depending on how spiritual I'm feeling in that time period in any particular day. So basically the liturgical language depends on how much of a like more philosophical versus more seriously, man, philosophical versus spiritual mood that I'm feeling in at that given day, let's say. Yeah. And we even managed to get slaves from Fez, so I think we're going to call it a day, folks. I think we're going to call it a day in the, I don't know how many, which war it is, war against Morocco. So dismantle those forts, humiliate them. I'm not going to force convert them. No, please not. Do we want to like liberate people now? I think this is good. I think this is okay. So let's see how many people we lost. Well, we only lost 16k, and a big chunk of that was attrition. So I think that's okay. I think we definitely got more people enslaved than we lost. So there we go. That's going to be the end for our current war against Morocco. And then let me remember to end military access here. We're just going to wait until Tunis, until we have a CV on Tunis. There we go. So let's go for that. Let's go for this. Let's take you guys back over to our homelands. Oh, also this. And disband any other levies. There we go. What? I have no idea what's going on here. And also, our population is going to decrease tremendously in a moment because we're going to release, let's say, these guys. I'm going to probably grant this location to Medina. Any historical subjects here? No. In that case, this area goes to Mecca. And I suppose this area, the Khail area, goes to Shammar. And then let's see. Let's deal with over here as well. So Kilab has all of Qatar. And I think I'm just going to cede them all of the lands in Oman, because why the hell not? And why did I keep this fleet over there? Let's go back. Let's get the Halkas to go back north. Let's build up the sergeantry and the coastal fort here. And there we go. He is North Korean. I'm not North Korean. The desert bandits got you. Oh, hello. The bat is back. That is lovely. That is lovely to see you here, mate. Are you enjoying your bananas? Tengri bizmengen. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I mean, I do like... I'm not particularly close to Tengriism, but, you know, they're pagan. They're cool. And I do have that whole Tengri bizmenen phase every once in a while, too. So it's not like... Oh, wait, what? Totally unheard of, let us say. Shaitim of Tadmor. Oh, I just released these guys so I could Improve cultural opinion with the Levantine culture. And then did we even do that? I don't even remember. I told you said no, I said I'm specifically not Muslim actually. And only 1 year left on the megalopolis. Yep. Just 1 year, folks. Just one more year and then we are done. And also we got a bunch of money now. So, you guys all know what that means. Let's start by building maybe some gunsmiths. But not too many because obviously there's not going to be too much demand for these. So I'm just going to build up like a few and then we'll see how it goes. But there's definitely going to be a decent chunk of demand for additional cloth. So let's build maybe like something like this. But they're not all that profitable either, so probably not too many of them either. And then we'll just try to build more RGOs in locations which are still profitable and which have no deficit of laborers. Usually it's nice to have like these tree tags, these tree filters set to favorites when you're building your RGOs. So the filter system is actually really nice when you're mass building stuff. It really helps a lot. Reduces the micro quite significantly, I would say. So kudos to Paradox on getting at least that specific part of the UI right. There we go. And that's going to be it here. Out of money. We're still getting 2.5k per month. And Alexandria almost has 1 million pops at this point, which is amazing. So more irrigations here, more granaries here, more everything here. Ooh. Yeah, it's Syriac. Aurelian would be pissed at you. I worship Mars, to be honest. Why would Aurelian be pissed at you? Like, did he have any? I don't know what's it called. Did he have an issue with Mars? Wait, is Aurelian before or after the conversion to Christianity? Religious war. Let's go for the religious war here. And this time around, I'm going to go for this, so we can ask for Al-Mahdiya. They would still refuse, so we would still get the good CB, but we would also be able to occupy it, which is not going to be the case with Tunis, let me tell you that. Also, I'm not quite sure if this is the case, but I believe that if you actually get someone to dismantle fortifications in a peace treaty, the city walls are not dismantled, so that's very interesting. Zoroastrian Kashkai. Oh my god. That is probably the most obscure that we've got today. Would have been fun, but alas, that is not the case. And yes, we can build so many salt RGOs, but this location is going to become a megalopolis in like less than a year. 175 days. We're so close, folks. Come on, let's hear it. And when you do build a megalopolis, it gives you a minus 50% RGO size. So basically, if we built more than 19, all of the excess would be lost. There we go. I should have taken this one first. But anyways. What is my favorite cuisine? Probably Japanese. I'm a sucker for sushi, let me tell you that. Zaza, I've never heard of this ethnicity. Well, yeah, that's the point. Like, they're such an obscure ethnicity. But I believe they actually, there we go, they actually exist in EU5, which is why I said, kudos on the EU5 devs for actually putting all of that attention to detail. With which tag you had the most fun? I'm not Syriac, by the way, but you guys are close. I think so far Sweden, because slave raiding. But overall, I think the most fun tag would be, I don't know, a proper Byzantium run. The Ottomans definitely, those are like really, really fun to play in the mid game. But so far, Sweden, because again, slave raiding. Slave raiding is literally the most fun thing that you can do in this game. It's not even a comparison. It is insane. It is literally insane. Babylonian. Well, I mean, what if I told you? İltam zumra raşupti ilatim. Litayid belet nishi rabid igigi. İştar zumra raşupti ilatim. Litayid belet nishi rabid igigi. So basically. You really don't seem to like food with flavor. Food with flavor, come on. Japanese food has a lot of flavor. Oh, there we go. There we go, folks. Are you all ready for the big reveal? Are you all ready to see how many people we can actually cram into this location? 3.7 million. We have a population capacity of 3.715 million in this single city, folks, in this single megalopolis. And that's probably the highest we can get. I'm still going to try and get to 100 development. And if we can figure out some way, any way, of pushing to 50 quantity, we're also going to get that juicy government reform. Let's see, can we get anything else that gives population capacity? Ooh. Yeah, that's planned RGU system. Gosh, I remember there being something else. Maybe I'm just thinking about debuff from traditional economy. I'm not sure. Yep, crazy. I mean, just wait. What happened? Hold up. Just look at that. You can't really see it all that well, but the urban sprawl here is just out of the charts. The urban sprawl is out of this world. I mean, looking here, it feels less like we're playing EU5 and more like we're playing Anno 1404, and this is like the Oriental Islands or something like that. Really amazing stuff. Oh, that is hilarious. Your ancestors lived in Akkush and then they changed the name to Karakush. Oh, pardon me, the other way around. Why? Did they not like the color black? Because for all of you guys watching, basically Tingol Alvey said that his ancestors lived in a location which before the year 1954 was named Blackbird. And then in 1954, the Turkish state randomly decided to rename it to name Whitebird. Like, why? Did they not like the color black? Because that's literally the only thing that I can think of right now. Let's see, what else do we got here? What else are we going to go for? Maybe this? Is there really nothing here that gives additional quantity? Because I can't see anything. I can't really see anything that gives additional quantity here. Probably not. So, yeah, let's get this one. Additional commoner satisfaction, I feel, would have some sort of usefulness, maybe. And then additional taxes as usual, grab that. Maybe the bellicose movement, because why not? And that should be plenty. There we go. Also, repay the bond. Issue another bond. Yeah, we might want to do these two. I mean, again, it's literally free money at this point. This is quite ridiculous. And I guess... I guess if we get like 3% inflation, we would also be eligible for balance the budget. So we might even be able to get more money out of that also. You know what? I think as the MAMLUKS we get an event for Cyprus. There we go, the King of Cyprus. Interesting. I believe this actually allows us to make Cyprus a subject, because I've literally seen the Mamluk AI do that quite a few times. So maybe we'll wait for that and hopefully we'll be able to make them a subject. In the meantime, nah, these guys aren't converting their pops. But they have so many people, 4 million juicy pops. You know what, folks? I think after Tunis, we're going for the Ottomans. There we go. And let's improve with Al Fadl, maybe. And let's just keep it over here. Credit is looking nice. Let's see, what else we got? He's from Atlantis, yes. Actually, I mean, Paradox changed it to after 1.2 to be historically accurate. Menderes. What? Oh, right. Menderes. So Menderes changed it. That makes a lot of sense. You can house like near half of nation in one location. Yes, that is literally. Oh, right. Because the minus 50% from the megalopolis is additive, not multiplicative. So we still get plus 30% or so. So yeah, of course, more salt for everyone, folks, and also more granaries. A lot more granaries, in fact. Just look at that. This is going to be an amazing city. This is going to be literally the greatest city that the world has ever seen. It isn't army, it is amount of soldier pops, yeah. Oh, but if I'm not mistaken, we can get a bit of quantity push from here. Ah, seriously, man, it has to be the Age of Revolutions. Ah, that is such a buzzkill. Such a buzzkill. I guess we'll just, I don't know, go for this. Naval levy size could be useful. Transport more people over. Oh yes, EU4 cities look like that. When you broke the game to get hundreds of dev in province, yep. I mean, that's the issue here. I'm not quite sure. I'm not actually sure whether the armory rush would actually give us enough soldiers. Like, because the amount of push that we would get towards quantity from the percentage of soldiers would probably be minuscule. So I'm not even sure if it was like a, if it would actually make a dent. Probably not. Check the orders of chivalry. I'm pretty sure none of the orders of chivalry actually give that. One of them sea people. Yes, I am actually part of the Peleset, in case you guys did not know it. Although, you know, my ancestors were actually Sherdan, so there's that too. But I'm 100% pure sea people blood flowing through my veins, folks. There's that. Also, we probably want to get maybe some more. There we go. We definitely want to get a bailiff here. So let's build bailiff. And over here as well, we got, oh, we already have a bailiff there. Maybe here? Yep, why not? All of these locations are like super duper good for the stuff that they have. Let's see, what else? Any really like OP trade goods that we have here? So we got sugar there, we got cotton there, but we already have a bailiff here. So we'll build one more here. And more importantly, I'm going to build up market villages literally everywhere. So we start getting burger pops as well. I should have done this like ages ago. But again, we were busy building the megalopolis. We were busy raiding for slaves, that kind of stuff. So I kind of forgot to grab all of this. Let's see, cancel that one too, please. Over here, over here, over here. Over here, over here, over here, over here. If you shift click and build, for some reason it prioritizes some locations and builds in them, even though other locations do not actually have this, like the market village. So it would be like 3 market villages here and none in the location next door. So that's why we are actually building these up manually instead of just shift clicking over here and mass building them. And usually you want to mass build them after you're done with the initial let's build a single market village everywhere phase. Let's go something like this, and that should basically be a single market village everywhere. So let's go for this. Oh, right, because these are like all the way over there. Anything else? This one, Banias. This one, Ajdabiya. And this one, Dakhahla. Oh, like, right, because I don't see that being at the very edge of the water. So that should be nice. And then I guess we can build maybe some more. Like rice would have been nice to keep. But I think we'll build over that. It's not like we're going to have a lot of what's that called? Food issues in the delta anyways. So I'm probably going to town over most of these. Maybe even all of these. And we got 3.24%, so that should be more than enough to make us eligible for the thingy for the balanced the budget parliament debate, so that's nice. We got 87 constructions going on, that's also nice. And in 4 months, we will be able to go on a crusade against Tunis as well. And would you look at that? They actually allied Morocco. So we will be able to get double the amount of enslavement in Morocco as well. Yep. We also did that at the end. Subsidize the unprofitable ones. That makes a lot of sense. Let's go. Subsidize you guys all. There are no peasants employed. Yeah. So we probably don't need them for the farming villages, but we'll definitely subsidize for the market villages. But from experience, they tend to be profitable for the most part. Also, do I want to start building cities now? I mean, masonry prices are okay. Glass and lumber, I can never actually collapse the price for some reason. So I guess we're going to build up some cities, at least at the western reaches of the delta, where we still have really decent amount of proximity. And then we're just going to build pound lock canals literally everywhere. Is Anglicanism? I believe so. I believe it is the only decent reformed faith with nice influence buttons. In fact, it's probably one of the only faiths, like in general, with decent buttons for it. And let's go. Threaten war. So that's going to be Tunis and Morocco. And as usual, I'm going to grab these guys. And I'm going to grab Upper Egypt. But I'm actually going to station them over here in Cyrenaica, so that they basically attack any Tunisian armies that cross the desert, more or less. And also, before we forget, naval levies, there we go. Protestantism was so good. Jerusalem. Let's see. Does it? The Holy City of Jerusalem, not for coalition because it's not a city, it's a Christian holy site. This one doesn't either, this one doesn't either, this one doesn't either. There are certain holy sites which are cities. So if you hover over the holy site, it says holy site type is a city. And if it's not a city, if it's, let's say, Christian holy site, in that case, it does not actually give you the additional population capacity. How much is Zab converted? That's actually a really nice question. They haven't converted a lot. Have they actually? Oh, they went back to being Sunni. What? They can just do that? Even though we force converted them, that makes no... Oh, right. Because they're a tributary of Tunis. So I'm guessing Tunis just enforced religion on them. Anyways, there we go. There we go. So we got these guys. Let's take them to Akka. And let's take the navies. And also take them to Akka. Norse, though, has the best button. Now, probably got enforced by their overlord. What button does Norse have exactly? I mean, they can slave raid, but I don't remember there being a specific button for that. Anyways, let's go for this. There we go. There we go. So let's take all of these guys. And let's head west. So I'm going to try and raid Morocco and piece them out before concentrating entirely on Tunis. And I believe that they will just rush through the desert with all of their armies. So they're probably going to appear somewhere around here. And we'll see about that. That's a good question. So most of Medina is coalition. Mecca is doing great work here. Down here, is this Makuria? I believe Makuria. Yes, Makuria has converted almost their entire population. We got really decent conversion going on in Yemen. And in Duar, we also have almost 100% coalitions, let us say. Along with some Nestorians, a few Shiites, and some Yazidis, which I presume just refuse to convert. But more importantly, How are these guys like majority coalition? I never actually converted them myself. So that's quite interesting. And there are no slaves here either. Like there are very few slaves. I guess the automated conversion is doing pretty good in the Levant, which is interesting. And we are getting small amounts of conversion all along the Nile Valley, but it's nothing to write home about, let me tell you that. Let's say Gaza. Gaza is receiving it from Akka all the way. Interesting. I'm going to do an experiment here. I'm going to close down the local governor just for 1 month. And then we're going to see. Right, only 50%. That's rather unfortunate. Yeah, so we probably want to take more care and micromanage our navies a bit more, at least in this area. Alright, I'll open the governor back up so we keep getting proximity here. Aren't your naval levies? They're not levies, like they are levies, but we also have some regulars here, like the Mediterranean galleys. So those should, oh crumbs, they have heavy ships. In fact, they have a lot of heavy ships here. When can we retreat? So probably in like 2 or 3 days. Another day. There we go. So, oof. Okay, that was bad. Yep. When did Tunis get heavy ships? Bloody hell. Now we have to build our heavy ships as well, and let's see. Let's see. Early Carrack. There we go. Oh, it's not Morocco, by the way. What boost would I get if I converted Jerusalem? We'll take a look at that in a moment. Morocco has literally no navies. Tunis has 7 heavy ships, so we'll have to build like 10 in order to counter them. And as for Jerusalem, the boosts that we get from having this location would be 0.50% local monthly prosperity, which is nice, and 5% max control, which is nice, but neither of these are really anything to write home about. And we already get the religious influence, but again, do we need the religious influence at this point? Like, are we actually using anything? I could even replace one of these. Let's see. Let's try to replace, for example, adult baptisms. Is there anything at all here that gives quantity, maybe? Communalism, centralization, belligerent, all of that stuff, but well, maybe the possible clerics. This we're not going to make a lot of use. Legitimacy, maybe. Crown power, maybe. I don't know. I feel like for now, additional speed of conversion is probably the way to go. And, you know, the other ones, prosperity and max literacy, we definitely want to keep forever, basically, but whatever. Bye-bye, Casino. Bye-bye, mate. See you around. So let's send these guys over as well. There we go. And also, geez, we have been streaming for 5 hours? Oof, okay. Yeah, I kind of get carried away and, you know, don't realize how long it's been sometimes. All right. You know what? I'm basically waiting for that event, which is supposed to happen in some years, where it basically gives you Cyprus as a subject for free. I'm not quite sure whether we can get it, but we'll try. We'll wait for that and we'll see. But anyways, we have actually been streaming for 5 hours now, folks. So I guess this is as good a time as any to end the stream just for today. And we have nearly 1 million people living in Alexandria, so you know what? Let's play until we have exactly 1 million people here, and then I'm going to call it quits, just for tonight. So probably something like another 4 years, and then we'll see about it. Oh, that's interesting. We are actually getting fewer people expelling from Cairo than we were when we were expelling from Dakahliya or Bukhaira. I'm not sure. Dakahliya has fairly bad migration attractions, so probably we'll try to go for that. Alright. And we are getting enslaved, but it's just in the Balkans. I don't care about the Balkans. And there we go. That's going to be... was it a stack wipe? It wasn't a stack wipe. They were so low on morale, I was quite convinced, but this is a stack wipe. Alright. So here's the question. Do we actually try to win this? And we would have to... Oh, we don't even have access through Tellis. Yeah, that's bad. Oh, also next year, in just 6 months, the hegemonies are going to get unlocked. Sheesh. Alright, you know what? I'm going to slow the game down just a little. And we're going to try and avoid their heavy ships, which we should be able to do if we go through the deep ocean. There we go. But you have to do it manually for every single location, which does get annoying sometimes. Alright, in that case, 1 second please, folks. I'm actually going to change the name of the stream. Let's see, can I do edit video? I can do edit video. Getting 1 million pops in Alexandria as Christian Mamluks in EU5. There we go. That's going to be the new stream. H32. Feeder colony. How can you get a... Oh, right. I mean, you can definitely get... seriously, man? How did they even catch us? How did they even catch us? Their heavies are all the way out here. Oh, crumbs, because they actually managed to destroy all of our regulars, so we only have levy fishing boats. This is ridiculous. I sometimes just hate this game, folks. 1 sec, folks. The chat just disappeared for me, so I'm trying to get it back online. There we go. Add Gnostic there too. Probably not. So the question is, how can we actually feed people into Alexandria from a colony? Because from what I know, you feed people to the colonies. It's not the other way around. And geez, seriously? The 14th of August. Alright, I'll have to do this very carefully. There we go. That was so close. So close, folks. We also have a couple auxiliaries, so we should be able to actually, not starve to death. By raiding that colony, how are we going to raid our own colonies? Bloody hell, mate. Igor, hello, welcome back, mate. So, not much has happened. Basically, we have built up the megalopolis in Alexandria, and we're just waiting for enough people to be funneled here so that we have 1 million people living in the city. And that's pretty much going to be our goal for this live stream. And for the next live streams, we'll see about it, but probably we're just going to build it up even further. And is that... Oh, that's just the Tunisian levies. Okay, so they did not hire any mercenaries. Reminder, disloyal subject always joins the revolt. Also, yeah. I guess you could figure out some way of making them convert, but it would be difficult, I guess. Let's see. Let's try to hit these guys over here. And we should be able to outnumber them and destroy them. Ah, not too bad. Not too bad. Not a stack wipe, but a wipe. Let me do shift consolidate here. There we go. That brings us under the limit. Let's recover our morale, and then we're going to hit these guys. And do we have any Tunisians raiding? Nope. They're good. They're good. One second, folks. Oh, bruh, I forgot to turn the mic back on. That was bad. And yeah, also we got our asses handed to us. Yeah, let's see. Can we actually slip past the Tunisian blockade? I'm going to try that. Probably not though, these heavy ships. These heavy ships are bad. You know what, folks? I think we're going to get what we can here. Let's try and get them to. We can't get them. We can't even get them to dismantle forts. Ah, jeez. Yeah. So that's going to be our one defeat, unfortunately. And then send everyone back home. And let's see what the Ottoman Navy is like. Not too bad. I'll still get a CB on them. Let's get a religious war CB. Maybe for Smyrna, that makes sense. And then we'll just wait, basically. If the Tunisians ever... Well, yeah. I mean, if you look at this, they would get 60,000 slaves, I believe. So it's not that much, but that would still be a significant number of slaves to take, because this single location has basically the same population as a mid-sized European country. Which, as usual, is hilarious, but you know, this is just the war room, folks, so we're just going to break the game in new unimaginable ways. And let me get a few more halkas, maybe like another 4, just so we have some additional auxiliary support when we are doing whatever it is that we're going to be doing. Also, interesting. Probably time for a bailiff here. Any really good goods over here? Probably we could do with more bailiffs. And bailiffs are really nice in this patch because they increase the average control in your country. So I guess the actual meta is having half of your country urban, the ones with the worst trade goods, and in the other half just spamming bailiffs everywhere. But I mean literally in every single location, which would give you the highest average control ever. And also I should have started from Hims because iron, hello. And also, why aren't we... Please? Oh, wait. Of course, we don't have enough available laborers here. Let's see. Maybe one in Saida as well, but we are kind of running low on money because, of course, we're paying for max stability. Speaking of which, can we take away maybe some of these? Like, we definitely want to take away Banal Lordship because minus 5% max control, really, really bad. Let's see if I can increase our crown power a little. So we should have quite a few crown estate. Oh, we only have our emperor. Yikes. Yeah, that's bad. That is just bad. At least we are the cultural hegemon. But damn, Bohemia. Bohemia is the economic hegemon? The kingdom of Köketemir? What? So China hasn't managed to unify in 100 years. Bohemia is something, and we haven't managed to outscale Bohemia. That's very interesting. So what do we go for here? Additional cabinet efficiency? Oh, of course. Missionary schools. Hell yeah. Yeah, we should be able to, beat Bohemia in the economic game soon enough, but it is respectable. Like, I gotta respect that. I mean, wow. Wow. Yeah, they're making all of that gold and silver work. That is for sure. And iron too. Bloody hell. Yes, bailiffs would work because if you look over here, even if we had 100 proximity, and you can't have 100 proximity outside of your capital, you would still have 90% control. It's 5% of that is from banal lordship, but you would still have 90% control or something like that. So bailiffs do definitely work. Like over here, for example, we are 2 locations away from our capital, and already we're getting an additional 20% max control thanks to the bailiff. So definitely worth it. Definitely worth it. It isn't time, because the issue here isn't China being unified or not. The issue here is the logistics distance is just so much that we can't quite reach them. What's that? War goal can be enforced. Oh, bloody hell. Okay. Okay. So you guys wanna play tough, right? Let's raise some more levies and send them over to Arabia, to Oman, and get another thingy here. We're so close. We're going to get to 1 million pops in 3 years, folks. So I'm just going to play it quietly for the next 3 years, and then the stream is going to be over. Printing press. We actually got it in Asyut. Why not Alexandria? Why not Alexandria, man? Let's see. It will split in less than a year. So we should be able to embrace it in like 2 years. And the new world we can't get. Pike and shot. We are eligible for pike and shot as well. In fact, it's probably going to spawn in Alexandria. And that is really nice because we should be able to embrace it immediately. And when we do embrace it, we're going to get, after a couple of researches, we're going to get an additional local governor and an additional government reform slot. And let's see, Levantine culture, Hijazi culture, Kurdish culture. Let's see, which one is the bigger one here? So Levantine is 500,000. Armenian culture. Dulkadirids are Armenian? They're supposed to be like a Turkish beylik. How quaint. I think I'll go for Hijazi here. Oh, we did not need to go for Hijazi because it literally costs us peanuts to accept them anyways, because they're also Arabic. Yeah, that's bad. Has the culture map changed at all? I mean, take a look. It hasn't. Spoilers, it hasn't. We got some amounts of Lower Egyptian assimilation here, and Mecca is assimilating their people to Lower Egyptian. We got a bit of Lower Egyptian down here in Alodia. I guess we also enforced on them. But other than that, it's basically the same as the start of the game. Can't enforce culture or religion anyways, so there's that. There we go. Polynesian, yes. We are Polynesian religion, folks. At least we're getting more slaves out of this rebellion, so why the hell not? There we go. And that's actually a fairly nice map color, by the way. I really like the map color on these guys. Anyways, let's send these guys back home. Patrol the seas in the Red Sea. And that should be nice. And as soon as we have oh wait, have we actually discovered the heavy ships? I think we have. There we go, early carracks. I do want to build like 10 of these though, so let's start with 2. And as we keep getting more money, we're going to build more heavy ships in the Mediterranean, so we can actually go toe-to-toe against the Tunisians. Also, 10 more months until we hit 1 million. Come on, 10 more months, folks. 10 more months. We can do it. I trust in you. I believe you. We can do it. New World has appeared in Pisa of all places. That is interesting. Do we have fleet basing rights? So the New World is also going to spread really, really quickly, which is nice. Sharkia. How many men do we have in Sharkia? Not a lot. I'll keep it in Dakahlia. And what's that? Another rebellion against Athens? Oh, that is nice. I'm going to take a look here, but before that, let's get rid of this. So, this is supposed to be a Mamluk event. So let's look what the conditions are. Printing press. We know about printing press. We do not have embraced printing press, and we own Cairo. So we do have that. It's quite interesting that technically you can have this from the year 1430 onwards, but the printing press itself does not unlock until 1437 at the very least, so you're not going to get it before then. Interesting. So we got this guy. Ashkenazi Jewish. Ooh. We can get 50% towards the printing press. So even if we weren't eligible to get it, we could still get a decent bit of progress in one of our most populated locations, because yeah, this location still has 500,000 people living in it, which is, you know, comparable, let us say, to our population in Alexandria. And another rebel. Seriously, man. I hate this. I literally hate this. I should probably not have a next Oman. Have you seen the map color of Greece before? No? Is Greece here? No, they haven't released. I expect them to be like a dark blue, because I believe that's what they were like back in EU4, but, you know, I haven't actually seen the map color myself. And let's get another early carrack as well. There we go. The moment that we hit 400 ducats, we build more early carracks, folks. There we go. So we'll have to take these guys back over to Oman and deal with the rebels as usual. They're yellow. Why the hell is Greece yellow? Literally makes no sense. Let's go over here and land over here. And if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be the moment. Oh no, I was mistaken. I was mistaken. Couple more months, folks. That's all we need. Meanwhile, more slaves. More slaves is always good to have. There is no such thing as too many slaves. Probably over here. Alright, let's send them over here. It's like Wiki2 Pressure all over again. No, don't remind me. Don't remind me of Wiki2 Pressure. And there we go. It is official. It is official. 1 million people crammed into this single location. 1 million. Look at that, folks. Look at that. And something like a quarter of them are slaves that we just took from all over the world. This is amazing. We have officially broken the game. officially broken the game. And as soon as we make peace with these guys, the rebels, I'm going to end this stream. So we also got pike and a shot. There we go. Let's do full annexation. Disband all levies. Let's take these guys back home. And with that, we got 1 million people living in Alexandria. And even more, because we are still expelling 2,000 people each month. And most of them are coming here. And as you can see, we have broken the game again. It's the year 1438, so it took us 100 years to reach 1 million people, even though most of that time was actually spent converting the populace rather than actually doing anything productive. So in my book, that is definitely a win, although we definitely need to take over the economic hegemony from Bohemia, so there is that. So I guess this is going to be it, folks. Like Serbia red, yeah. So thank you all for watching, and I guess this is going to be it. Anything else that you want to see from me? Anything else that you want me to check out? So, because I know that you will ask, the religion map mode is literally the same. Oh, this location is plurality Polish now, so that's changed. We got Upper Nile area, mostly Polish, plenty of Polish holdouts out here in Arabia, over here, all of that stuff. The culture map mode is pretty much the same. Proximity, pretty much the same. We might be able to get a bit more. We have pound lock canals, yes, but I'm also going to build up more pound lock canals as we keep urbanizing the delta. So there is that. And I guess it is all fine and well. So thank you all for watching. Yep, it is quite crazy. And Jellyrids, we are most likely going to play as the Jellyrids towards the end of July. I mean, we'll see about it. We are going to play as them, but just not today, folks. Just not today. Not at the heels of that Mongol Empire run. So anyways, thank you all for watching. And I will guess I will see you all once again in the war room. And no, do I have any hate against Muslims? I mean, not particularly. Not because they're Muslims at least. Why would you think that? Because I keep converting Muslims to Christianity or something like that? Hop on EU4, nah, no EU4 for you guys. But if we do actually play EU4, here is my pledge to you. If we actually do play EU4, I'm going to play as the Ottomans and we will try to do a pacifist run. Probably not a world conquest, but we can get pretty close to a world conquest with the pacifist Ottomans in EU4. So anyways, thank you all for watching. He definitely... Nah, I don't hate Muslims. I don't hate any specific religious group for being part of that religious group. I do have some, let's say, prejudice towards Islam from personal experience, but it's not specifically in the form of hating Muslims. But anyways, thank you all for watching again, and I will see you all once again in the war room.